What's happening? Yes, but everywhere else that was wrong. Which one do I send to? That's right there. And I got one egg for your girl. I can tell you. Oh, she was there. Kim, 8:30 it starts. Because it's not maybe go up there. I wish they would all do this. Every once in a while, I'll do it. I can say on the back. Oh, okay. Well, I think it has to. girls anyways in the office, so we're gonna hold on to that. You might have to do slaves first, and then we'll start packing other things, make sure oh yeah, I guess. But I've been keeping a track of those ones. Did they tell you that they were I'll lock it until I come get your phone. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying this. It's right here. Been back to see. That's fine. That's fine. In the spirit. Because I just want to be free. They adjusted the lenses. Distance. Nobody else is I'm taking mine off. Drive. You're asking that's somebody comes back to the
Okay, we're going to start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes, sir.
64. Supposed to Raleigh County.
I'm not going that way.
How you going?
40 counted down.
Oh, you're at 48 minutes.
I did the math yesterday.
Yeah, okay. You might see if people did the trick. Yeah, they didn't want to do that. I could have said 48 minutes off. I have be there about tomorrow.
A little rough this morning.
When I realized it last night, it was so low. Not going to the Walmart. They had a special yesterday.
Now, Matt, you said to get in here promptly at 8:30, 6 minutes later, we still have the car. When do you think we'll just guess.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. We got some people outside. Man, there's a lot of people here today. You think there's something going on this morning? I see Jefferson County brought the whole county.
All mine are here.
Where's yours at?
All back.
Like Berkeley County.
All 26.
Good morning, and the first thing I'd like to do is I'm not sure who's responsible. I have some thoughts on the matter. But yesterday, my door was wallpapered with Iron Man. Obviously, you don't know me because I'm not an Iron Man fan. I'm more of a Spider-Man guy. But this morning, it was Justin Bieber. So, I'm not sure who the culprits are. Again, I have some thoughts. So, it's room 421 if you'd like to go look at it. It's a bunch of hard Justin Bieber. It's pretty, someone put a lot of work into it. My question is, what time was it? I was like in the room like 11:30, something like that. And someone's outside my door at 2 in the morning. Yeah.
I would like to apologize to whoever's in the same room that I'm in, but on the second floor instead of the third. When I couldn't get my key to work, I just kept pulling and banging on that door. And it wasn't my room.
You were cussing like, think my cord don't work. Because that'll by pulling and that's going to make it up.
I realized that putting the work in, I had to use it right.
It takes a big man to admit that. So again, thank you for that.
Back here, don't let people know what room you're in.
I know you just told everybody.
It don't matter. I didn't tell anybody what my room was anyway. I don't know if this was a random that room they put Justin Bieber on it. I don't know if it's me. I don't know. But again, both days you haven't got it right. Not a Justin Bieber fan or not an Iron Man fan. Spider-Man. That's where it's at.
Matt,
Yeah.
y'all should be playing again. That original songs.
Yeah. Well, there's enough to go around if they did like to do a song. Which I'm wearing a pair of day by the way.
Say you have nice socks every day, not enough.
How are they?
They're good. I like them.
I forgot he's an old song.
Okay. What I'm going to show you today is when I go around and I present to attorneys, this is what I show them. I have a whole big presentation where I explain what you are, what the judiciary is. You all know all that, so I don't have to go through all that. Because there's a lot of questions. Well, you mean a circuit clerk knows that, you know. So basically, so I get to the point where this is the WV e-file site. Right now we're calling it West Virginia e-filing. I think for all intents and purposes that will always be the name. There's some people who want to call it something cooler, but you can't remember. But this is pretty much the way it will always look. Cosmetically it might look a little different, but this is going to be it. And what you're about to see is the test site. This mirrors the live site that is operating in Marion County right now. It may be a little bit slower. Like if you see it as pending, that's not the e-file site, that's the test site, and plus more wireless, that sort of thing. Always, you know, with attorneys, you got to cover your bets, you know, because they're going to question everything. No offense.
We have several here, Matt.
Yeah. Oh, there's attorneys very much. You all are wonderful. Okay, so an attorney logs in. This is the first thing they see. This is their dashboard. Okay? This will be all their cases that they have previously e-filed. They can check the status of them, click on them, look at the document, look at the case file, that sort of thing. Up here you'll see what else they can do. Account, that's where they can add their credit card information, change email addresses, that sort of thing. History, that's just basically history of transactions. That's an audit record. That shows that you submitted this case or you submitted this motion at this time, at this hour. Emails, that's where you can add multiple emails, I told you. Miscellaneous, I'm not even sure what that is now. Notice of appearance, notice of discovery, proposed order, that sort of thing. I'm not sure if all those were working on the test site already. We won't go through
I haven't
those.
tried them on the video.
Yeah. Again, this is the test site. The main thing we like to show with this is how to file a civil complaint. So that's what you are going to do this morning. So all you do is go to where it says complaints, new complaint. And I told some people this, once we had the definite test sites last week, I sent it to all the attorneys in the AO and said, no instructions. I said, here it is. But before I did that, my lovely wife, who hadn't seen much about this, I sent her pretty much the link, username, password. I said, here you go. It took her 4 minutes to file a case. So, first thing you do is select your county. Right now there's only one choice. You'll see the 24 before it, that's the county number in alphabetical order. That's a numeric associated to alphabetical order. So I think it's Barbara 1. Next you select case type. Right now we're only accepting civil. And as you see, the system will refresh based on your selections. So it will not let you select civil and then a criminal complaint, that sort of thing. We try to make it as error-proof as possible. But I'm sure there will be people, attorneys, who mistakes are made. So let's just do a contract. Origin. Initial filing, appeal for municipal court, appeal for magistrate court. So let's do initial. And then these 3 buttons, substantial hardship, that's your fee waiver. And as I explained to attorneys, don't just go click that box every time. Because if you click that box, it won't charge you a filing fee. But then and we're going to put in the rules, probably within 24 hours, whoever clicked that box needs to present to your office the information that's required to prove that they are eligible for a fee waiver. So I tell attorneys, don't just click that box and get away with the fee, because you're going to have to prove. And the system will accept that it will not process the actual file if you select that button until you prove that you're eligible. Mediation, jury trial. So then you go through the process. First thing, add plaintiff. Party type, let's just do individual. Let's do. Whoa.
Like Kennedy.
Yeah.
We get these lights moving.
I don't know. I'm just glad you're in here now. Why don't you come up here? There's seats right here. I don't know. It should be over there somewhere. She's on it. Okay. These boxes are not all mandatory. Some of them are, and they will tell you if they are. You'll get a little red exclamation point. See, like that. Should I put the wrong box? Social Security number, we're leaving that on there for now. It won't be required, but there are some situations where it will be needed. And like I said, we're still working on the system, whether or not we just want to take it out completely or have it pop up when we need it. Phone number, same way, not required. It's just an optional. Okay. Gender, male and female, that's for statistic purposes. Again, it's not a mandatory field. It's just one of those things. Special accommodations request, that's ADA. So when an attorney is representing someone who may need a sign language interpreter or a foreign language interpreter or some other type of assistance, you click that box and then there'll be a notes box where you say, here's what you need. So you've added the plaintiff. Now you just go down here.
Matt, this is a test site, right? I mean, I'm not hearing up in Marion County now, it's in Georgia.
We'll talk later.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got your credit card on file. So this, yes,
Here's a question.
yes.
After you put the plaintiff, did you press OK to get to the next screen?
I hit next.
Next.
I hit OK on this screen right here. You see
Uh-huh.
down at the bottom, and then hit next.
Okay.
This is where you add the defendant. This is the service type. This, until we're in the complete robotic future where everything is handled electronically, which is many, many moons from now, initial service will always be handled the same way it's always handled now. So this is where attorney would select. Let's just do circuit clerk, certified mail. Folks, who you want to sue? Anything take your...
Walmart.
Let's do an individual.
Sam Walton.
Okay. I don't know what city he's from.
Bentonville, Arkansas.
There we go. I don't know how to spell it. I'm gonna make it up. Good catch.
Screw this up, the clerk's not responsible.
Uh,
If you screw this up, the clerks aren't responsible.
That's right. Bugs it up. Same boxes apply. And, you know, the attorney who's calling suit may not know about that, and that's where the defense attorney would go in and add special accommodations and that sort of thing. So, we have a plaintiff and defendant. So now, self-explanatory, and you can go back, you can have multiple plaintiffs. You can have multiple defendants. See these buttons right here, add, edit, you can add, edit some information, or delete, because you're not final yet, nothing is submitted. You hit next. This is where you add your civil complaint. So hopefully an attorney has already done this up and it's saved on their computer. That's good. It's just like attaching it to an email. You find it. You put what it is, complaint. And you hit upload. And then you wait. You should see this. I was somewhere, I think it was up with, where's Kim Hartman? We were up in Moorfield, and Wi-Fi up there is slow. And it took a while for this, so I had to do things in between. So I've added the complaint. So again, I hit next. There you see the payment amount. That's the filing fee of $155 plus the certified mail fee, and then the convenience fee is $716. That convenience fee is the credit card charge. Right now, it's I think 4%. That's not final. We're still working on that. What I explain to attorneys is we can't help that. If you use a credit card, and Laura, I think, has been paying a credit card for years, they charge a convenience fee. If you use Walmart has convenience fees, but Walmart eats the cost because they can. We can't.
That's what I'm suing them over.
That's right. So I tell attorneys, I'm like, if you're going to use a credit card, we can't help it. The credit cards, that's how credit card companies get their money. One of the ways. So you'll see, there you go, total charges, $186.16. So you hit file and pay. Getting that dancing some. And like I said, the live site's not this slow, and this is on Wi-Fi, so. So again, we have the payment summary. Now, if this is your first time doing this, this is where you enter your credit card information just like your online shopping. But let's say that you're familiar with this site, as me on Amazon.com, and you already have a credit card on file. Don't worry, Bugs, that's your card. It just says test card. Where's Judy at in software systems? I panicked one time because it said Judy's card. And I used it. I was like, I really hope she didn't put her real card in there. You hit the button that says make payment. Your filing has been successfully completed. Click here to print the receipt. And then if you go back to, you hit OK, attorneys will also get an email with the receipt. And if you look right here it is on the dashboard.
That said a 0.0, I read it wrong, a 0.05% tokenization fee will be charged for each transaction. What does that mean, you know?
I didn't see that.
Go back to it.
Yes, it was in it.
It was there, I guarantee it. I may have read it a bit wrong. I'm not sure what tokenization means.
Yeah, it's just part of the thing.
It was 0.05%.
But it's part of the 4%.
Okay, it's part of that.
It's just if you break down, you can break down that fee if people want to see exactly what it is. Yeah. Way to make it complicated.
It's not money you will ever see.
Yeah.
Directly to you.
So that's it.
When do they scan in their complaint?
Well, they can scan in their complaint, and I always have this question from attorneys. You can scan in your complaint just if you have a scanner. You know, just a normal scanner you buy for Walmart. Or you can create the complaint electronically and just save it. Do it in Adobe. We'll also accept, currently we'll accept Word or WordPerfect. We don't prefer those, but we will accept Word or WordPerfect.
How does he get to the clerk's office? I mean, they email it to us.
Once you saw that where they got the receipt?
Yeah.
It's already hit the clerk's system once because see that case number?
Yes.
That's how it gets the case number. It hits when someone logs in and they pick Marion County, the system already knows, okay, we need to hit Marion County. So when that attorney files it, it gets that case number from the Marion County system, from the case management. And then once the attorney files it, it sends a notice to the clerk. You'll have a queue, which we'll show you tomorrow. I don't want to overwhelm. Tomorrow we're going to have computers set up and you can sit down and look at the clerk's queue and that sort of thing. But you'll kind of have a queue like this. It'll show up, it'll show everything that was filed, and then you will process the claim just like you always would.
But at some point, did the attorney have to scan that complaint in to get it into the system?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Matt, how's it gonna assign the judge?
It's the same way it gets the case number. It's randomization through the system. When it hits the system, it can assign the judge. We're still working out those details, but basically the same way. Okay, question. Yes.
Why was the fee $179? For filing?
Where you see that at?
Well, it's on the back.
Oh, the service,
Can you put that?
service is included.
The service charge was included. Oh.
It wasn't the right fee. Like $155 and $20 for certified mail, that should have been $175. You had $179.
Convenience fee.
No.
That was before the convenience.
That was before the convenience
Oh,
fee.
that's the per page thing. I was explaining to some course yesterday. Now an attorney can bring in the copies and you all do the service. Or this system, they will have the option of they'll e-file it, then they'll bring you the copies. Or they can go ahead and we're going to have an option for them to select, but it automatically charges them $1 per page. And I think, so that's what that was. So you all have to print it out, but that way you're still getting your copy money.
Hey, man,
Yes.
they say that we're just going to all start Monday on e-filing.
Okay.
What do we do with the suits for the week before?
Those will still be processed the same way,
By the old way?
the old way. Yeah, let's say we're starting Monday with e-filing. That would only be new cases that are e-filed from the start.
You don't go pick up all of them.
No. We're not going to ask you to, yeah, we're going to ask you to go back from 19. Yes, Betsy?
No, I just meant the ones that open, not closed.
No, and what we told attorneys in Marion County was, okay, you're trained, you're registered, it's new suits, don't be going back and trying to recapture stuff that you filed 2 days ago. You know, that's not what we're trying to do right now. So it will be anything new that they started that day. Yes, Betsy?
But they do one and they mark the fee waiver,
Yes,
and so then they have to come in and bring the waiver so we can approve it.
yes.
Is that case is kind of hanging somewhere until we approve, but it doesn't get a number yet?
Yeah.
It gets a, Barb, she's asking about the fee waiver where it's kind of hanging there. It's not getting a case number, it's just kind of, it's filed for the purposes, let's say their statute, you know, expired. Basically, it's filed for that purposes, but it's just kind of floating there in cyberspace, you might say, until they approve, until you approve.
It goes into the clerk's.
It goes into the clerk's queue, and that's where it stays. It don't go anywhere else.
Until we accept
Until you accept
and
it.
then it'll get the number.
And it will be assigned the number, but the date will still be when they filed it originally.
And then if they don't approve, they get you back.
Yeah, it just goes away. It's dismissed or whatever.
But that, so there's a possibility we have cases that maybe were filed, came in on May 20th, and it'll show filed May 20th, even though we don't accept it till 22nd. We may have numbers out of whack by date. Is that right?
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're working on, and we're looking at other states, how they do that, because every state has a fee waiver system, and we're trying to determine a good way to do that. But that's the idea of how it's going to work. Yes, there could be potentially problems, and that's why, you know, we're going to, if you, basically what I tell it, if you're an attorney doing this, there shouldn't be a fee waiver. But there are situations where I found going around where attorneys, they're private practice attorneys, but they also work for legal aid. And so, you know, it doesn't happen as often as you would think, because pro se people are still going to be coming in, and they're going to be the ones with the fee waivers. But, yeah, you know, basically it's just going to float up there until the clerk approves it, until you see that information that they provide you that proves they're eligible.
If it's an attorney, no, I'm only suggesting they actually send that paperwork to us ahead of time.
That may be something we can
You know what
do.
I'm saying? I mean, they wouldn't always do it, but every time they did it, it would be a lot.
Yeah.
Why don't you just make a law, if they can afford an attorney, they can afford the filing fee?
That's what I say, but I don't make the rules.
But a lot of the legal aid unions, they
Yeah.
are employed.
And we may do something special with legal aid, because that's where it's going to come in the most. Yes.
Are you actually doing CCs and like get somebody that's has a fee waiver,
Yeah, I mean, they can view their receipts and everything on here, just like, and you all can too. And you can just print it out or email it to them. Yeah, right. Yes.
Okay, a local attorney, they don't want to pay that extra fee, they're right across the street, can they bring in cash and check?
That's a good question. Her question was, local attorney who works across the street, they want to just come in if they, how we're going to do this, there are some people that want to make e-filing mandatory from the start. I don't know if we can do that, because you got to have buy-in. You want people to voluntarily step into it. But what I tell attorneys is, if you're going to e-file this, we're not going to have another way. You're not going to be able to delay payment, because what that's going to do is, let's say they e-file it. How many attorneys do you think are going to take that option? I'll pay later. Again, no offense. Every one of them would take that option to pay later. So what I tell them is like, if you e-file, you pay with a credit card. And if you during the pilot phase, when it's non-mandatory, if you don't want to use a credit card, then you need to drive or walk to the circuit clerk's office and file it the same way you always did. But if you e-file it, you must pay with a credit card. Yes.
on certain cases, our judge's signature is see our screen, and family court is independent. Are they considered same as they've always been?
Yeah, that's the case management side. And they will have access, that's what Marion County is doing right now. The family court has the same access they had before, it's just in a different format. The circuit judges will have the same access they do. But they will also have a queue, and here I'll show you. Here's what the judge's queue looks like. So, judge logs in, pending proposed orders, and family court will be the same way. We just don't have theirs yet. And we're waiting. And you'll see these are proposed orders. Judge can view them. This is what I'm training the judges on today. So, say a little prayer for Matt. About 4 o'clock. And you'll see here's the proposed order, and it's just like a Word document. They can edit it, do whatever they want to do with it. And then standard, that's just your, a motion or proposed order for something else. Final, that's a final order. They have 2 options, file or reject, or they can edit it. And, if they reject it, it goes back to the attorney and says rejected, and the attorney needs to redo the order or whatever. And see, if the judge selects final, and this is the judge's module. This is what the judges or judges' secretaries will be doing. They have 3 options: bench, jury, or other. And then, like I said, I want to save my orders for the judges, so I'm not going to follow or reject them. I'm going to let them float there. But it's that simple. Motion queue works the same way.
Hey, you said they could edit, but I received the 2 choices, not 3.
Well, no, the screen over there, they could edit it on the screen. They didn't have to click the edit button. It was just,
They just do it.
they just do it, yeah. Here's their pending motions. Continue, add party, that sort of thing. Again, the judges module, we'll probably make some changes to that in the following, because we're just now bringing the judges on, and I'm sure they're going to have a lot of questions. As when you all see the clerk's queue tomorrow, you're going to have a lot of, So do you think it's easy? Does everyone think their attorneys can do it?
Well, that's a different question.
Yeah. And basically how we're going to do this is, when your county is ready to go live with e-filing, weeks in advance, we will find the location, Twin Falls State Park, I don't know, wherever.
Bring it to Twin Falls.
Twin Falls.
The southern half of the state.
And we will send out a bar blast to all attorneys in that area and say, bring yourself, bring your staff, you will register, get trained on it, and then you're good to go. No longer my responsibility from that point. We will have a help desk that they can call, but as you saw, it's pretty simple. I don't understand how you couldn't figure it out, but again, no offense.
Well, this being mandatory, will they still have the option to file by paper down there?
It will be, right now, the option for 2 years is still that, but once we have the system finalized and it's, for all intents and purposes, as close to perfect as we can get, it will be mandatory for attorneys to use this method.
So you're saying in 2 years, every county will be doing this?
Hey, quit asking for schedules. Quit asking for schedules.
You're not gonna have some counties that are doing it.
No, it will not be mandatory unless all 55 are
That's
using
what
it.
I
Yes.
was asking.
See, I like it. That's a good question. The reason why I say 2 years is because the pilot is supposed to last 2 years, and that's after 2 years we will have a full integrated system. We will have the rules, but you know, there's a lot of logistics, not just system involved, but, you know, there's training, there's equipment to get in all 55, you know, I got to drop them down and find a room somewhere. Twin Falls.
We love it, yeah.
Yeah, Matt's only one person. You know. And I have Kelly and Teresa, but we're 3 people. Yes. Lawyer's asking a question, okay.
After filing the complaint, will the summonses automatically be issued, or how will that work?
After it's been filed,
E-file, yes.
let's say you decided to do service by private process server. Yes, the summons is print up, and you'll be able to print them out at your office. The clerk's digital, like timestamp and all that serves as the signature, but they print up on the screen.
And if I choose to do certified mail through the West Virginia Secretary of State, will that also come to the attorney, and then the attorney forwards that to the Secretary of State, or will that be, okay, that'll,
Don't come right up.
great.
Yeah. And we've met with the Secretary of State to try to work out a more streamlined method, the way to do it, everything on here, but, Secretary of State still wants that paper, and then some attorneys, we're afraid, you charge them $1 a page, and they see it, it's like, the filing fee goes from 200 to 700.
Well, and sometimes the attorneys don't necessarily want to serve it at the time of file.
Yeah. So that's logistics that we're going to have to work through, but, yeah, for all intents and purposes, it will, if you can print it out, you don't have to put a stamp on there, that sort of thing. Yes?
You sort of answered my question. I wonder if the summons automatically generates at that point. Currently, we actually have a stamp or signature stamp so that we know that it's coming from the circuit clerk's office. And so there will be an e-signature or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, you'll have an electronic stamp, and it will say whatever county you're from, clerk's name, that sort of thing. And like I said, that's all, we're still designing all that, and we have to have the rules in place that certifies that as the stamp and that sort of thing. But yeah, for right now, yes, it will be an electronic stamp. Yes.
Are the attorneys going to create some things for the felony cases and all we have to do is click on the stamp?
Are the attorneys going to create this? Read it again.
Will you have the attorneys create the subpoenas for the felony cases? So the office clerk will have to do this. They can stamp them
Yeah, the prosecutors have the power to issue a subpoena. So no, you won't have to do that. I plan on doing that I've got a lot of the criminal side done, but yeah, it's still doing.
And we plan on, although attorneys will have an option, we plan on, once we have the criminal side done, making it mandatory for prosecutors. No, to e-file, to do all their criminal through the system.
Yeah, what about with our grand jury? Once the grand jury has met and we have an indictment, is the prosecutor therefore doing the paperwork on it, or do we?
That's my plan, that the prosecutor will have to e-file that indictment. They'll have to e-file the indictment. I see how I'm gonna work out like the logistics of it, whether they, have to stay in the courtroom and scan it from there or whatever. I mean, the rules as they are now, a lot of that stuff, it's gonna change. But yes, they will have to e-file the indictment and it's a new case, so they have to e-file it just like the attorney.
Yes.
Currently, the foreman of the grand jury signs off on those. So is the thought that the whole procedure will go through, the signatures are there, and then the prosecutor's gonna e-file all of that? As you say, maybe from the courtroom, or, I know all those logistics have not quite been worked out, but it just occurred to me that, we normally have a signature for the foreperson.
They'll have to do it time every week. They'll have the signature of the foreperson on it, and what I envision is that the prosecutor takes it back to his office, he'll scan it in to his computer, and then he'll go in and file a new criminal case and get those indictments out as attachments and attach and file it in the case. So that's going to save clerks in their offices a whole lot of. Yeah, we'll work. Now, I'm thinking like on the case management side as well, what we do now is when you have, the paper world, when you file, if the clerk files the indictment, you start the new case, then we just like bring over from the bound over case and attach it to that file. So that'll all be worked out to pull that over and attach it.
And we're working with the UJA that's in the magistrate world to get all that information from, and we've even discussed having the magistrates e-file the additional criminal. There's various scenarios we can look at, but it's complicated.
Will they then be responsible for the indictment list they print?
They are.
Will they be responsible, the prosecutor's office, to prepare the indictment list? Will it print the indictments that were indicted and print a list? Because you know how our judges want a copy of that list, and then it prints in the paper. We're currently now, we do that.
Some counties they all.
That would entail some kind of a, report.
Report.
Yeah, you'll get through your emails.
Yeah.
When you bring through that, from day to 2 days.
There's all these little interesting little things that your office does that not everybody else does that we'll have to work through whenever we go to your particular county and deal with them as in, because to try to comprehend the say, oh, that there's not an easy button, or as I like to call a barcode button. There should be an easy button. Any other questions? Yeah. Oh, wow. All the way down.
With indictments, if we have like 7 indictments and only 5 come back a true bill, how are we going to be able to seal the other 2 in the e-world?
They will already be there. No one else can see them. If they're in the system, they're just there.
So it's only going to cover the bound over
Yes.
that are true bills,
Yes.
and then those will stay in the clerk's
They'll float there.
e-world.
Yeah. Where the prosecutors work. The prosecutor will still see them,
Right.
and the judge will be able to see them. Like, man, you got them.
That bag I found there was dismissed that are open.
Yes.
Right.
They'll be very visible for everyone to see.
Okay, our judge on arraignment day gives a copy of the indictment to the defendant. How will this work in the world?
We can print it up, put a printer in the courtroom. Again, that's stuff that we'll have to deal with, but technically, print it up. Because you may have judges who don't do that, Okay, everybody calm down.
I can't imagine any defense attorney not challenging a prosecutor walking out with that original indictment. I mean, that doesn't leave us.
Well, we didn't hear that.
What about direct indictments? When she was asking about a no true bill, and you were talking about the bound over, it's already in there. But we get a lot of direct indictments. We don't have a bill.
And like I said, that's stuff that, I don't have a definite answer for right now. That's stuff that we're going to try to figure out and try to make it the easiest way possible on the clerks and try to put, because for too long, it's your own responsibility to handle and deal with stuff like that. Sometimes it is your job to do something, but sometimes it's not. And we'll deal with, we'll figure that out. But it's going to be my job to go to prosecutors and be like, here's what, it's going to be fun anyway, but. Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm the one going to be in front of prosecutors making them upset.
And in answer to Betsy's question, if they file a direct indictment, the prosecutor would just put it into the computer and it will just come up as a case. That's what Clerk told us. No true bills, they're not a case. No, I don't think they become a case file. You stick them in a notebook somewhere for a souvenir. I stick it in the wall.
It's on the prosecutors too.
Okay, we got questions.
What is to prevent in this system? For instance, we as lawyers are not very good at updating software, have lots of viruses in your computers. What's to stop a virus from coming into this and corrupting the system?
That's a very good question. It's a web-based system. We're using a vendor. It's their job to make it run. Just like the Supreme Court, it's our job to maintain our website, maintain our email. We have attempted hackings every hour of every day. We have viruses. How many people in the court's email see those emails says, hey, from someone in the court, they didn't send it. That means that someone in the court has opened an email. And if you click on that link, it sends an email to everyone. There's always going to be scenarios. But we do our best to protect it. We have the most up-to-date software. That's what the rules say. The rules say if it's on our end, attorneys are protected. If it's on your end, it's your fault. Well, the only thing attorneys will be submitting that could have, and might, is a document. Yeah, I mean, if it's a PDF, if I had a virus in it, I don't think it could. It's not like you're submitting data or you're submitting a link or you're uploading a PDF. So there's not really a. What would they be in? Well, we're not there yet. You're getting way ahead of the game. We just want documents right now. See, she's wanting that perfect robotic world where everything is done. Was there any other questions back here? Do you have any other questions? Are y'all done? Ready to e-file? Tomorrow, we will, we're not really having presentations. We will have computers set up where you can sit down and you can e-file a document. You can look at the clerk's module. You can look at the judge's module. That's what we're doing tomorrow, pretty much all day. You can look at the case management software. So hopefully that will help you see. If you sit down and e-file a case, that'd be awesome. Trust me. It's once you do it, then you can tell your attorney, yeah. So any other questions? If not, I'm going to get on the road. Thank you. Next, you have Kelly Hall. Actually, go ahead and take a break since we're a little bit early.
No, this is more. I guess maybe. We need to find
Hey Carol, is that Kim you were just talking to? Oh, yeah, I just wanted to be able to look at her face, but I didn't see her.
Another night to have the reception. Thank you. What is your brief We had our primary here.
Our core show was much better.
I had chicken. Or was it? They had it on the front one, they had tables had a club. I actually like good chicken. Oh, you should have came on in. That was a group of guys that I graduated with, and they put on the floor show. They had like 70 in share. They couldn't say.
They dressed up, they were all men. They dressed up as with. Hey, Kim was kind of in drag.
What I did with the bring your phone and show me whose phone is. Mine are real low. The first thing we do is bring your bags back.
Hey, Virginia, I should do a video.
Did she video? Oh, we want to see it. Yeah, that was great. I thought I had to get I graduated.
You know, I got more sleep at that hospitality suite table last night than I did in the.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They said that they started, they would have died if I got their door. My feet were. Okay.
All right, so Judge will see you in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
You guys are really. I mean, we start trying to and I'm always trying to get him to do this in this. And he said, Virginia, I really need to be in on Jesus. So, and when the kids are doing something, I called. I said, he said, oh, I'm trying to you know, he gets pretty hard.
Virginia, where?
Oh, they're great. And they just do it every 5 years. This is the right here. So I have quite a few. Last night they had a couple of them that just were come back. Yeah, she only came home. I remember. I feel. Now I think I see them calls. They did it every 5 years. This is the return. This year they added the top selectors. You know, we always have a band. Details on the side. Then the host clerk has to take the original off the gate. And the band finishes. So the past few years we've kind of changed this.
But my brother,
I think all the officers still live. Well, I have a class. They eat every time. They eat lunch. And then she likes to make likes parts. She and I went to Robert. He's got the update. They're not all supposed to be. There must have been In March, we got,
Oh, yeah.
in March, we got,
Well, he, approaches committee.
there is glass. Want me to go show you? It's the right time it's on.
You told me that earlier.
Brown box. And we're expecting around 18. That's a lot of cash. He's very nice.
Very, very. Looks like. But I was like, yeah.
Once they hear the deal, I can back these. It's gonna be a race. But Marion, they started with Marion. Initially, we. Just why can't I get this? That's all that takes. Figure out how to we had a kid come down and he needed he was doing something wrong with something. And I just and so I don't know what we're doing and now we're transferring so we haven't got that far yet. And so I have to work some of the other building in the Anything down from the water. I mean, I think. Okay, I put them on the side. Yeah. So if we yeah, okay. Now, I personally would take my home. But now, anyway, she's basically.
Would you like some prizes? All prizes? Okay. Do the some more raffles first. 358008. We have that's so tall, and there's a microphone over here. Break it too. 008. You need it? 007. I promise I shook it. 007. 017. Zero 22. Okay, I'll do one more of these. 005.
All right.
Now I request assistance from the local lady, Teresa Vance. Madam
Millie, which one's this?
Assistance, please. Okay, this is our second Facebook trivia drawing for another Applebee's gift card. There's two there. Okay. Paul Chapman. Raleigh County, right? Here you go. So, Sergeant Petrie got called in to testify this morning. Oops. And he didn't send me his presentation, so I don't even really know what he wanted me to say. So I figured the presentation was supposed to be, was going to be about how we're going to do the criminal cases with the e-filing. We started with civil in Marion, domestic in Jefferson, and Barbara's mentioned she's working on the criminals. That's where we're at right now. Every time we take a case type, one of the reasons why we're doing one at a time is so we can flesh it out from beginning to end and think about all of the possibilities, who needs to be involved. So we've already involved Secretary of State, he's had meetings with BCSE. For the criminal cases, we talked with the state police. So we have all of these agencies that we discussed this with and asked them, what do you need us to do when we're building this for you? So Sergeant Petrie was going to talk about that a bit. One of the things that we're going to do, some of you may have seen yesterday in the vault, where you can see these scanned documents. Each agency will be set up with an account that allows them to see the types of cases that they're allowed to see. So the state police, they'll be able to see the criminal cases, whatever they need there. They won't be able to see the JAs and all of that, so you don't have to worry about that. So they would be able to log into the vault if, they got a CDR that was missing a social security number. They would be able to look up the paperwork themselves without having to bother you at all. You wouldn't get packets of 200 CDRs back. You wouldn't get phone calls. They could just look it up themselves and not bother you. So I'll show you the vault again. If you weren't in that presentation, this is what it looks like. They would pick a county, whatever county they're looking for. I'll pick Wayne. I know they're scanning fiends right now. And so depending on the account that you have, your drop-down list would not include all of these. This is Matt, so he gets to see all of them. They'd be able to see the criminal, misdemeanor, felony, bound over, the expungements. So, I'll put felony here. Is your year. They would probably know the case number. I'll pick one. If they know that they're looking for a specific order, they can select that. The more information you type in the search box, the shorter your result list will be. If you're looking for something specific, put in more info. You just generally want everything. Just pick the case number. Okay, so here, everything for that case that's been scanned. If the state police are looking for the sentencing order, which is right here, they can pull up a little document, or they can pull up a whole thing to view it. So if the disposition date were left off and they needed that, here it is. They looked it up on their own. It's March 24th right there in the order. They don't have to bother you at all. So that's where we're going with this, setting up exactly what they need, who they need it from. There will be an email notification system, so you won't even have to alert them when something is in the system. As soon as the final order is entered into the system, it will send a notification to them with the information that they need. And if they need more, then they can log in and see it themselves. That's basically where we're at right now, as far as I know. Barb's out of the room too. Do you have any questions? Anything at all? Nothing? I was so clear and thorough that I taught you everything there was to know, right? Yeah, that's it. So if you have ideas about what we need to do with the criminal stuff, because we've just sort of started that, fleshing it out, so let us know. Like, oh, in our county, we always have to do this with a criminal case. It needs to be sent here. So set it up so it does that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes the sentencing order doesn't match. It's not even close.
Oh, that brings up an excellent point. You'll love this.
It's really frustrating because we don't know all the law, you know what I mean? And we have.
I hope you'll love this answer.
They don't even jive.
Yeah. So I think Matt mentioned, I was out of the room, a little bit of the criminal e-filing and having the prosecutor do the uploading and everything. We are going to make them. If there is a charge in the indictment, it has to match charge by charge. The CDR will have to match, and they cannot leave some hanging and only indict on some. If they don't want to indict on it, they are forced to dismiss it, or the program will not let them proceed. That will solve so many problems. They should have been doing it all along, but nobody's forced them. The computer will force them. Yeah.
Well, I understand that it's the circuit clerk's office job to handle the CDRs.
Yeah.
You know, to state the disposition on it. But why can't the state police or the police just, why don't they do it? If this is going to be available.
They'd have to come back. Well, yeah. So. I think what.
One that started it out.
Yeah. I think what it's going to do is the case management side, because you'll have that, will be the disposition and the drop down of how it was closed, bench trial or other, like all of that will automatically be in there. I think it's going to pull it, so you won't have to like retype and do that data entry again. It will generate a notice and just pull directly from there. I think that's the plan.
So are you saying like the CDR will not have to be completed and mailed, it'll automatically?
I believe it will be automatically created, yeah. Yeah, and starting July 1st, we'll be doing contract work to pay you to do back scanning and cleaning up old CDRs once there's one paper. Yeah.
What about, once the case is finalized, the sex offender, the registry?
Mm-hmm. I discussed that with them because they run a few registries. They run a child abuse and neglect registry. They run the sex offender registry. I think they even do a mental health registry. So I've asked them specifically which case types that they need, what they need. So I think they've said basically they need the final orders and those types of things. So we're going to set up their access in the vault so that they can see those final orders and those case types, I think is where we're going. Yep. Yeah, he was going to tell you guys and us today exactly all of the things that they were going to be pulling.
When a sentencing order is filed, does it automatically close the system?
Yeah, I believe so. When Matt showed the judges module, there's in the proposed orders, you can choose from standard or final. And when you click the final button, you get the drop down where you choose how it's closed. I think it was bench trial and other, and it closes it that way.
Prosecutors close that case.
I didn't get the question. Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Like with the file and all this, they create their sentencing order. Who closes the case? The prosecutor, does the case automatically close?
Well, the judge. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The judge closes it. Yeah. Yeah. It's in the judges module when they have that drop down when they select how it's closed. We can show you the judges module again later. We actually have a video of the judges module in Alabama, and he walks you through it, so you'll be able to see more clearly there. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be good.
What about the commitment form? Clerk does a commitment form right now from that sentencing order.
I don't know if Barb has it. The commitment form is the system.
Usually counties do one of two ways.
Okay. Brenda was saying that different counties do it differently. Sometimes the clerk's office does it, and sometimes the prosecutor's office does it. So that's something that we'll discuss. We're still in the beginning stages of the building the criminal side, the case types. So that's something that we'll decide when we're building the system. Who do we want to do it? The system will probably create it. I mean, if the system can create so many things, I mean, might as well have it create that stuff. No. Judy and Mike left. They went somewhere. Yeah. Everybody who has been working on the programming, Matt, Barb, software systems, they're MIA. Barb's in the hallway, and I'm up here. What? She's hiding. There she is. I don't know.
Quit hiding.
Yeah. Just thinking about how the system will do the commitment forms after sentencing. Yeah. So if you have like questions and suggestions, like this kind of stuff, like how to set it up, definitely email us during the beginning stages. This is how we set it up. We think of every possibility and program it to do what it needs to do. Yeah.
May I ask a non-e-file question about CPR?
Yeah, perhaps I might have an answer. I might not. I can't guarantee that.
Our sheriff's office and our state police, they're not using it.
Old ones. I haven't seen the new one, but you get what you get. So.
But the new ones are kind of better information.
Yeah.
What you're getting on the old.
I know back when I did that, a lot of the law enforcement, for whatever reason, wanted to use up their old box before they started on the new box of forms. So possibly that's what the case is. Do they know that there's a new form and they're just refusing to use it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They said they didn't know how to get them.
They can get them from the address that's like on the back of the CDR, the CIB address, 725 Jefferson Road. They just request them through there. I think there might even be a phone number. They just call and say, hey, send me one. I know a lot of them, I mean, don't want to do that extra step. That's too much. Yeah. Yeah. If they call the headquarters, they can get them that way. Yeah. Any,
Kelly, I have another question. I have several issues on CDRs.
okay.
And I wondered this, I wondered for sure, but it didn't make sense. Is there a CDR done when a bail piece is issued? Very weird.
It's not supposed to be.
I didn't think so.
The thing is, well, this is a law enforcement form. It's initiated by them, and they're trained on what to do. They don't always follow it. You don't need a CDR for bail fees. You don't need a CDR for KPS. You don't need a CDR for probation revocation. I will not officially tell you to destroy a court record, but it doesn't need to be sent. It doesn't need to be sent to the state police. Is my official answer. Yeah, leave it in a file. Yeah. Yeah, and you don't need to do anything to it. You literally don't even need to touch the piece of paper. I know, and they have, yeah, they've been told not to do it, and yeah. Well, on a KPS, that's not a new charge. Yeah, like a bail piece, that doesn't have disposition. Yeah. So stuff that doesn't have a disposition, KPS, probation, revocation. I've seen bond reductions on it. I'm like, this is not a criminal charge. Yeah. So you don't need to send those in. Anything else? Right.
This is kind of a long question. We discussed the sentence was probation. They've been violated probation, and now they're sentenced to DOC.
You can take the CDR copy that you have in the file, make a copy of it, put amended at the top, and then change it to the new, say, probation revoked, now sentenced to whatever, and then send it to the CID.
Okay, that was one question.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, just do an amended one. Anything else? Okay. That thing says 11, but is it 11 o'clock? 10 o'clock. Okay, I was like, that doesn't make sense. I know I wasn't talking that long. Okay, so I think 10 o'clock is when our next speaker comes. Okay, so I'll close this down. Jefferson County Circuit Clerk Laura Starr will introduce our next speaker.
Yeah.
This next gentleman is the chairperson of the West Virginia State Bar Lawyer Referral Service, and he asked to come here to our conference to speak to us. So please welcome Mark Atkins.
Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well today. I'm going to take this as I move around a lot. Hopefully I can get this up and running. Bear with me for just a second. Okay. Well, again, good morning. Thanks for allowing me to speak here today. Hopefully I won't trip over the stage. I was going to think of an interesting joke, but I was a little worried with the reaction during Matt's initial presentation regarding lawyers, so I just hope I get out of here without getting a bagel or something thrown at me. I am the chairperson of the State Bar's Lawyer Referral Service Tuesday Legal Connect Committee. It's had several names over the years, but that's its current name. I've been in this position now in the second year, and incidentally, I'm also an attorney in Charleston with the law firm of Bowles Rice. They make me put the name on everything I do. But anyway, what I'm here to do is talk about some of the programs that we've had in existence over the years, but we've completely redone, revamped, and some of the new programs that we're instituting and how they can hopefully help you in what you do in dealing with the public from day to day. Normally, I know when I'm in presentation, I hate it when the speaker asks for participation, but can you all raise your hands if you spend more time than you would like on a daily basis asking or answering questions from people who want legal advice from you guys. Okay, that's a lot of people. So you spend a lot of time doing that. Well, what I'm here today is hopefully give you guys some tools and some information to basically cut that down dramatically, or at least give the folks that need help the opportunity to go out and get that help. Here are the programs that we currently have with the West Virginia State Bar. The first one's the Lawyer Information Service. That's the old name. Now, that is basically every Tuesday night, volunteer lawyers come in and answer phone calls. There's a 1-800 number for citizens to call in and ask questions of a lawyer. And it goes from 6 to 8, it's 2 hours. We try not to, jump ahead. We try not to, give advice, but, a lot of the times when we talk to these people, they don't really need legal advice. They just kind of need to be put in the right direction. But if they do need legal advice, they do need a lawyer, then we have our other service, which we can put them in touch with, and that's the Lawyer Referral Service. Now, when I started with the committee, longer than I care to admit, the service was not very useful. Basically, what we did is West Virginians would call into the state bar and basically say, I live here, this is my legal issue. They wouldn't necessarily talk to an attorney. They would talk to usually a staff member at the West Virginia bar, and they would get a letter in the mail of the lawyers that had signed up for this service to basically agree that they would meet people who called in and not charge any more than $25 for a 30-minute consultation. And that was not working well. At the time, before we revamped the service, I think we only had, at one point it dipped down that we only had 40 lawyers in the entire state who were signed up for this service. So we completely revamped both of these programs. Over the last 5 years, what we've done is we've restructured both. We've dramatically increased the number of volunteer lawyers in both programs. We've basically, through the internet and websites, we've been able to make a lot more information and materials available to the public to answer their questions, to explain the process to them about various areas of law and give them the forms that they need. And as a result, our goal is to help as many people as we can. This is the first program. This is Tuesday Legal Connect, formerly Lawyer Information Service. We actually had a consultant come in from the American Bar Association, and she basically said, you've got the Lawyer Information Service and the Lawyer Referral Service. First thing I would do, change the name. They sound too much alike. I'm like, okay, that's a good call. So we'll do that. So now it's Tuesday Legal Connect. What we've done in revamping that is the State Bar has partnered with Legal Aid of West Virginia. Legal Aid of West Virginia has offices throughout West Virginia, and their goal, like ours, is to help the public, help people that can't afford lawyers and that need help. So what we've done now is we now host. It used to be that volunteer lawyers would go to the State Bar's offices in Charleston and take the calls every Tuesday night. Well, granted, there's a lot of lawyers in Charleston, but there's only so many, and it kind of denies lawyers throughout the state who might want to participate in other counties and other parts of the state from doing this. So now we host a program throughout the legal aid offices in West Virginia. As a result, we've dramatically increased our pool of legal volunteers. When I first got started with the program, I remember that there were nights when I was the only one that showed up, or I've heard stories that the state bar offices would be there, they'd have an employee stay late, and no one would show up, so no one answered calls, and that's unfortunate. So now we have a dramatic increase in the number of volunteers, and we're able to take more calls than we ever have before, and the numbers keep going up and up. And we're also not only helping the public, but we're getting more attorneys involved. And as a result, we've really increased the efficiency and the ability to serve the public. Here's the next service that we provide. That's the Lawyer Referral Service. Again, here's the website. We've completely changed it. There's no more calling the state bar. There's no getting a letter, who knows when, in the mail that's maybe going to have 2 attorneys' names. You know, those 2 might not even answer the phone or have a phone. So now it's completely a web-based system. When you talk to folks, and I'm going to talk more about this in a minute, and they want you to help them find a lawyer, do please, and Anita Casey, this is the executive director of the State Bar, asked me to beg, please do not have them call the State Bar. The State Bar is just, you know, not a lot of people there. Obviously, if the people don't have internet access or can't get the internet, have them call the State Bar. Don't tell Anita I said that. But the State Bar just has very limited staff, very limited resource, and most of the time, the people who are talking to the members of the public calling want a referral are not lawyers, so they're not really going to understand the issue and help them be able to find the right lawyer. So really refer them to this website. One of the benefits of this website is the public has 24-hour access. They can just get on there and find out what they need. They can search by location, where they live, and it can go, you know, within 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, as far as they want. They can kind of determine the area, and they can also search by practice area. You know, if they know that, for example, family law, property, wills and estates, anything like that. And they've got detailed descriptions law. So maybe if they don't understand what particular area of law that they need a lawyer for, we've got, and we keep adding them all the time. I got an email this morning from a lawyer, hey, you need to add this description on your website. So we're adding more and more. They'll be able to get in there and find the specific area of law they want to focus in on. Like I told you, at one point we were down to 40 participants in this program. We are very close, maybe even today we hit it, over 400 lawyers are now signed up for this program, and the number continues to grow. And as a result, there's a lot more attorneys that are making themselves available to the public through this service. Here's the website. Here's basically that if you get on that website I just showed you, you hit find a lawyer, this is what comes up. And basically it breaks down to it. You know, couldn't be more easy. 3-step process. You select the practice area, you enter your city or your zip code, and you know, the area you want to search, click, and the list is going to come up. You can scroll through. The lawyer's name will be there, their firm, their address, their phone number, their email. I think also their website will come up. I'm not sure about that. But again, all their information, and they can get on there and find them and have the ability to contact them immediately. And it's open to them all. Yes, sir?
Now, is this for them to get free legal advice or just to get a lawyer?
Find a lawyer.
Okay.
Find a lawyer.
Is there still a number they call if they want the Tuesday free legal advice thing?
Yes, that's the Tuesday Legal Connect. That's the first program I talked about. That's still in effect, and that's the one that we're hosting throughout the state every Tuesday night from 6 to 8. Well, I'm going to show you that real quick. I'm going to make that real easy for you guys. And that's actually next month. I've got a free gift. At least I call it a free gift. You guys are probably going to call it something you have to drag home with you after this conference is over. What I've got is for everybody, not everybody, every county. I've got a laminated, or several laminated flyers that have both programs on them. A description, the website, for lawyer referral service, the Tuesday Legal Connect, the phone number. You can post this on your windows, on your bulletin board, throughout the courthouse. If you want more, let me know, or let the State Bar know. We'll get them for you. And you can put these out, and they'll be able to get the information. People can take pictures of them with their cell phone, and they'll be able to get it. That's not everything. Try to get this. Information pads. You've got everyone's going to have several of these, and basically what it is on the cover, it has lawyer referral service and the website, Tuesday Legal Connect, the number, and then on the back of that page is the descriptions. Tells everybody what. And if somebody comes in really distraught, like I don't know what to do, I need to find a lawyer, I need to talk to somebody, And rather than you sitting there for 20 minutes trying to go through all this stuff, rip one of these off, be like, here you go. This is all the information you get. These are not Post-it notes for people. Please do not leave them out for the public to have access to, because we all know what it's like leaving pins out. They will be gone. These are not cup holders, or not cup holders, but coasters. So, you know, the State Bar, again, Nita Casey wanted me to tell you that she is not made of money. But, you know, if you guys run out of these, please let us know. I'm probably jumping ahead of my slides, but we want these to be available to you. We want these to be available to the public. You know, obviously, they're going to be able to see this, get the information. But if they need to take something home, they want to read it, take time to look it over, or have it later on, please feel free to give that to you. When you guys run out, contact me. You can come. Matt's got my contact information. Contact the State Bar. They know about these. They know that you might need more. You might need more flyers. Again, you know, we're going to be sending these out to not only the county courthouses, but to the probably, you know, later on to the municipal buildings, libraries. I mean, we want to get this out. We want to get this information available to everyone because we want to help as many people as we can. Now, we got something in the works. Just giving you guys a little special preview. Actually, I think this is the first group that we have ever publicly talked about this program. It's called West Virginia Online Legal Health. For years, we've wanted, you know, the Tuesday Legal Connect, it's a great program. I've been involved with it really since I started practicing law in '97. And every night that I do it, I really feel like I've helped some people. You know, they thank me. They're like, wow, I didn't know where to go. I don't really need a lawyer. I just needed somebody to talk to and get pointed in the right direction. And we've talked about in our committee for a long time, is there a way that we could do this more than just 2 hours once a week? Can we get, you know, and get more people involved? I mean, there's a lot of lawyers in there. Unfortunately, not a lot of them do as much pro bono as I would like, or would like. That they would like to see more attorneys be more involved in pro bono efforts. So we have started this program, and we're putting together. It's actually based on a program that's already going on in Tennessee. Now, what this is again, the State Bar's partnered with Legal Aid to develop a website. It's for low-income West Virginians. Now, the income threshold is not as low as it is for Legal Aid. It's a little bit higher. So, again, more accessible to most people. But, again, we didn't want this service to be available to everyone because then I don't need millionaires getting on this service trying to get free legal advice because they don't want to spend $1. We hope to have this service up and running in July of 2014. And once this service is up and running, I'll be providing you guys with this stuff again for that service, so you'll be able to post it up and get that information to the public and hopefully save you guys some time. Now, who can use this? Again, persons who are low income, you know, the information that we'll provide you later on once it's up and running will identify the income and asset levels. They cannot be incarcerated. This is not a service that's going to address criminal issues because that will probably inundate the system and the service won't do anything else other than deal with criminal issues and prisoners and people who have not already or currently have an attorney because then that raises a bunch of issues with this. Now, how does it work? Basically, the person who is qualified, the West Virginia citizen who meets the income qualifications, will create an account and then sign into the website. A lawyer, a volunteer, and hopefully I'm currently working on trying to get a large pool of volunteers, will then get notice of the issue that's pending in their area of law and reply to the citizen's comment or question or issue. And then once the question is answered or there's a follow-up question, then the citizen will get an email notification, hey, you need to get on the site and check the response. the great thing about this is, and why I think, I'm going to try to sell it to the attorneys to get them involved, is they can do this anytime, anywhere. You don't have to be at the legal aid office between 6 and 8 on a Tuesday. You don't have to be in your office. You can be at home in the middle of the night. Hey, I see this email, I'll get on here and I'll answer a quick question. Because a lot of these times, people in the state that have these problems and these issues, they're up all night worrying about this stuff. In a lot of instances, it's something that a lawyer can put them at least in the right direction in a couple of minutes, if they know that area of law. And they can do it any time, so it's not going to, in any way inhibit their schedule. And hopefully, based upon this system and this model, we'll be able to get a lot of attorneys involved and answer a lot of people's questions. So that's my little presentation about what we've got going on, what we've done, and what we've got in the works. Any questions? Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I've had a lot of people comment when they come in my office calling the Tuesday nights. They were never able to get through, and I assume it's because you were the only one there on the phone already. When they call into that line, does it get them a lawyer in their area, or is it just 2 members throughout the state?
The way it's set up right now is on a Tuesday night, at least when it's run in Charleston. I've never done it in the other counties, but it's my understanding it's similar, if not identical, is you will have a legal aid representative, and then you will have anywhere from 3 to 4, and the legal aid representatives also lawyers, and then 3 to 4 attorneys who are volunteering to participate that night. So you've got anywhere from 4 to 5 attorneys every Tuesday night from 6 to 8 answering the phone. And when I do it, I'm on the phone the entire 2 hours. Obviously we try to churn and burn them as fast as we can so we can help as many people as we can. Sometimes though you'll get the caller who just wants to talk to you the whole 2 hours, and sometimes they do it. But and that's the problem. Again, Tuesday Legal Connect is a wonderful service. It does help a lot of people, but it's only for 2 hours. Sometimes people can't get in or get through to the callers just because there's so many. And that's why we wanted to look at something else, and that's why we've been developing this West Virginia Online Legal Help. Yes, domestic issues will be dealt with. And again, one of the benefits of that program, in addition to the lawyer referral service, and I didn't mention this earlier, the lawyer referral service website not only gives folks the ability to find a lawyer in their area of practice or the area that they have an issue in, but it also has a lot of other resources available to them. For example, again, this has been great partnering with Legal Aid, is on their website they have a tremendous amount of materials and forms and brochures that are available to the public that deal with child support issues, family law issues, property eviction issues, divorce issues, all kinds of things. And those resources are, we now get those out to a lot more people, not just through the lawyer referral service, but also through the Tuesday Legal Connect. Hopefully that answered your question. Anything else?
You said you'd be mailing those to us?
What, the flyer and the, no, actually, these 3 boxes right here are full of envelopes for each county, so whenever, I don't know if Kelly's going to pass them out or you guys want to come up and find your county, but they're here right now for you, so you'll be taking them home tomorrow or whenever you leave. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. She's on the lawyer referral service. Do they have to, attorneys have to slide up for that, or is there an email sent out to them by our number to ask if they were going to sign up? Because our local attorneys are not attorneys.
You have, as a lawyer, you have to sign up. You have to sign up to be on that program. And now, right now, it's free. Sometimes, well, it hasn't really been discussed. In some states, it's they charge, the state bar charges a small fee to be a part of that, because it is advertising. But right now, we're trying to encourage attorneys to participate, so it is a free service. So any lawyer in your community can get on that website and sign up. We've been promoting very hard through the State Bar. They send out periodic emails called Bar Blasts and encourage people to sign up for that. Yes, ma'am.
Ashley Jackson, Knox County Circuit Clerk's Office, and we'd like to thank the State Bar and the Lawyer Referral Service for the more aggressive advancement of these programs, because we're all aware of the tremendous void and need for legal advice. So I think I speak for everyone when I say thanks.
Well, thank you. And we certainly appreciate what you guys do. And I know you've always been helpful to me in my career. And for those of you that have talked to me on the phone or seen me in person, I apologize for all the annoying questions. And for the annoying questions, I'm going to probably ask you for the next how many ever years I practice law. But any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the county I live in, so many people don't have service, they don't have the computers, they don't have that, and they'll look at you and say, what am I supposed to do? We'll say, well, go to the library notes, well, I don't know, and then I'll say, well, you have a family member, so that seems to be a problem, you know.
No, and we understand. I mean, that issue's been discussed. You know, certainly we encourage people to go, you know, again to the library, or if internet's available, you know, at schools or something that's available to the public, we encourage them to do it. You know, I know that there are in some of the more rural areas of the state, internet access is still an issue. You know, I think the state as a whole is trying to deal with that issue. But, you know, again, if people really have no other option, for example, for the lawyer referral service, if they can't get internet access, or the two, you know, as when it becomes available, West Virginia Online Legal Help, I mean, they can certainly still, if they have no other option, they can call in the State Bar. But again, you know, it's going to be, really all that's going to happen then is if they do that, then someone at the State Bar is probably going to get on the website and do the search for them. But again, it's going to be difficult for that person to reach someone at the State Bar. They have very limited staff, very limited resources. So if they can, I mean, their best bet is to try to find some place with internet access. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all very much. I'm glad you all invited me.
Just wanted to know who to give it to.
Yeah, and they are not in order somewhere, sorry. But they are labeled. They are labeled, yeah. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. These have the county names. So y'all just want to start taking a stack and going out around the area you have, and then
Lincoln County? Anybody here from Lincoln? Gilmer County? Logan? Lewis?
No, not in my staff. Jackson County? Jackson County?
Mason?
Grant?
I know you gotta be in there. Here's another stack.
Well, tell me. Okay. And we just need one in. Okay.
Which one did you say, plain? Mine, like, those are the counties not here, these are the ones that are good. Work?
No, actually, Marshall has.
Summer?
Oh, maybe you want to. You got all that. You got all that. Oh, no, you got the next one.
So much. Hi, Robin. Hi, Robin. All right, thank you. I didn't do that.
Bear with me, it's not fine.
Yeah, you can go on down 79, I don't think so you
I think somebody must have taken the garbage.
Because I had a couple people say they were in.
But I don't remember what county it was now.
If there's anyone in an adjoining county that wants to take the packet, the person that's not here, let me know, and I'll get them out.
Who's not here?
If you want to know.
Carol was.
Richie, Hardy, Lincoln, Marshall, Brown, Tyler.
Run didn't come. Tyler didn't come either.
Howdy, Jackson.
Tyler didn't come either.
Jenny, I'll just take these here. I can take them back.
I heard you directed it.
Teresa needed to go back.
Okay, let's, democracy in action right now. Do we want to do a few drawings and then take a break? Or take a break and then do drawings? Drawings and then break? People have spoken. Okay.
Friend. I should have let her.
019. Come up here, V. Zero 2 0. Another name. Zero 1 8. Zero 3 0. Rhoda? Okay, one more. 013. Okay, we'll take a break for a few minutes and then come back when we get the presentation set up. Why would you want that?
We're getting the games.
Well, we'll start in 15 minutes.
Thank you. We'll tell something. Thanks. That was the presentation was working. Yeah. You know,
I literally only slept for an hour.
That's mine. Oh, it's campaign. The only time and sheriff work against me. I said, what went in everybody wants to buy. All that. So you use, that's another first time I've used it. First time I had a, I did. They're just mason jars, one of the first pages, WB. Well, I thought, no, not WB, and I thought, what can I put in? So one of the girls had went to the dollar store and got one of those plastic vases with those little beads in them, water on it. I said, blue beads. So I went through all the dollar stores and bought them all up. I got confused because I didn't know if they'd come back. And because one of my friends used to be had me down here for Christmas. She does reception and she did up short. So but they did come back. And so then in the fall, after the holidays, I invited about all three amplifiers up. And then went to the amplifier. And then at Christmas, I said, it's gotta have some food in it. At Christmas, I go like to buy all the loose ends. And then I thought, what lights this? Lights me for the amp. So one of the groups had tried to put sticks down and that didn't work. Yeah. So we took that out, she even cut it, put it in one didn't work. Somebody said, I think it takes one and I can see it. Maybe two minutes, like then I'm thinking, I want to get rid of that big creek. So then it said, oh no, let's just buy the one. So my English was right today, they had that made, but it had fixed you know, it was reached school. So she brought it, and I was trying to take it apart, and I said, so she took it back, and they made that. I got a star in it. You ever seen my yes. And I said, you're not gonna resell them, or I said, no. I said, we'll never know. And I really went, yeah. He said, no, you're not selling. That's not the. He said, you don't have to be the same. I said, no. Just that's my wife. And he said, okay. And I had a name in the box. Oh, and they all were the same thing. And I had a name for the house at Christmas, but I had had all of them.
I didn't tell. I didn't have to pass out 400.
I don't think I
Two, yeah. Oh, they're a little ball, black ball? Yeah. Yeah, some speckles. Yeah, that's yeah.
Then I have a big wreath. I wish you. She would like it. I don't remember that tree when you were Christmas. Eros didn't have a bridge. You got to, oh my God. You got to cross that bridge. I told the lady, I said, Carol, just walk straight. Keep on going. Right, straight. We got ready. She said, oh my God, we got what are we going to do? Get on. Just you slide away from the bottom. Slide. And I just don't look it. Right. Yeah. Somebody down there.
You take shifts.
My chief judge says, make sure you sign it. You told me to make sure I sign it. I told you, this part folders. And then I close it March. Yesterday, yeah, I paid all that $1. I was gonna get this for their meals. One time I would pay just for meals, and it's up to meals. So I paid, my check was $4,070. But I paid. I paid. And that takes care of the track tonight if they want to go. So she's on first.
Oh, that worked out.
Okay, yeah, so they're doing 5 songs, we're gonna run in and run right out.
Oh my God. I was thinking talking about that. I was like, I think it's out in the middle or
That's what I said, I said Adriana. I said Adriana was in this, and she said, we're both. Must have been how old is Sunday.
She's so cute. I love her dress. Is that the one that was connected to a keyboard? Yeah.
So it's in the bag and it's probably dead. I have a picture. And I was like I said, I'll get you something else.
That's her hair color. Oh my gosh, I love that.
Adriana Malone.
So those are classic pictures.
So 2017, 2018. I'm sure I'm gonna kind of set up I might have to hear. I may not be here. I might get voted now or I might get hit, but I went 17 or 18. 17 or 18. Oh my goodness. Just follow the
She looked violent. She ended up I mean, at least we got fun. But
Wow. They look like you're yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. Now, this brother looks like the dad. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. Now you're Did you say that was the one that I'll stop for mine, and then I can get mine after I get back to work. Yeah, I'll just send you and get Also, when he gets back, right? Of course, he got to That's smart. I said I will check
Okay, everybody, we'll get started here again. A couple of announcements first. The first announcement, there are a couple of cards going around to the circuit clerks. If you haven't signed these yet, I'll just leave them here at the front table. Is that okay? You can come up and sign them. Okay. The second announcement comes from the cleaning staff. I heard that and I was like, uh-oh, this is either going to be really good or really bad. It's really good. They would like to say thank you for being some of the cleanest people they've ever dealt with. Thank you. Teresa says they haven't been in her room yet. They might change their minds. Okay, so up next, we'll have Brenda Miller from Ohio County speaking. Kim had to leave unexpectedly, so this probably won't be the full hour, which I hope gets us to lunch faster than I'm starving. Okay.
Had 4 of those donuts out.
Yeah, there's no shortage of candy, I can assure you. Okay, here we go, Brenda Miller.
laptop's here doesn't mean I'm doing that screen, right?
Which screen?
You'll leave that up there again. Totally off. Okay. This presentation is going to be different all the way around. First, you can hear my voice. This is not normal. Second, it's Kim from Hardy County and myself. Kim's not here. So it's about a couple things, different type things that actually will lap over. So I'm going to touch on a little bit of what Kim has, and then I'm going to go into the mass litigation that I have. I talked with Kim last night, and Hardy County was asked a couple years ago to do a pilot program for the Supreme Court of e-filing. Now, she used it strictly for abuse and neglect cases. We know how much massive paperwork's in our abuse and neglect cases, how many attorneys are involved, the time it takes to get everybody served, copies made of all the orders, and, you know, getting those out to all the attorneys. So they came up with an e-filing system called Casebook. So she's used it for 2 years in conjunction with doing everything manually, just to make sure all the numbers match, everything was verified. So I have no idea how many abuse and neglect cases she has in her counties, but everybody knows how many you have in your county. And she was asked to handle Casebook and do it parallel to paper filings. So for the last 2 years, she's done double work, but she was able to put through all of her abuse and neglect cases just like she would normally with all of the paperwork that we do every day. But she also did everything under the Casebook management system for e-filing. So all of her judges had access to the information, DHHR, all of the attorneys that were associated with the abuse and neglect cases had access. She did not have to mail or put in mailboxes or anything, the orders and stuff, because they were automatically served once they were entered on this Casebook system. So with talking to her last night, she said there is a little bit of a learning curve because it was something new for her county. So, but she said it didn't take that long to realize the system would, if she was operating it slowly, would be fabulous in the time savings that they would have seen. But considering she had to make sure the program worked and she was asked to run it in conjunction with doing things manually, it took a little more time because she was doing both. But in the long run, that if she would change it out and just use that Casebook as e-filers, she said the time savings would have been huge for her staff to be able to process everything. An attorney comes down, the only thing they do, they bring their own orders if they want them attested with the raised seal. That's it. Everything else was stamped. They'd have access 24/7. It was there for them. So she says this program will phase out, of course, once e-filing comes in. So she'll switch over to OLIS for e-filing. So she was very happy with the program, said it was very successful, and they will continue with that until their county switches over. So that's all I know about Kim's talk. So that's it in a nutshell, okay? Mine is on mass litigation e-filing. You have 3 counties in the state that handles mass litigation. Of course, Kanawha County, Ohio County, and Raleigh County. So Kathy Gadsden and Paul Flanagan, as well as myself. My mass litigation started in 2000 with the tobacco cases. Currently, we have over half a dozen mass litigation cases. We have asbestos, We have float sink, flood, Mingo County coal slurry, Mountain State University, tobacco, and University Commons. Those are all of our mass litigation cases, and they are divided up, probably not equally, as Kathy would know with all these asbestos filings, but amongst the 3 counties that handles the mass litigation for the state. We do now have e-filing on all of that. And Kathy, did we have our 5-year anniversary with Kanawha up and running just a couple weeks ago? 6 years. 6 years for e-filing. Now, when this started, we didn't have e-filing. So think about it. A case is referred to the mass litigation panel first. It's approved by the Supreme Court if it gets to become a mass litigation case. Then all of you clerks get an order stating this case is now going to be a mass litigation case. You have all of these cases, box them up, list them, and send them on to the clerk in the other county that's going to handle the mass litigation cases. So let me just give you a brief scenario of what happens in a county that has mass litigation. Now, everyone's courthouse, tight on space. You are extremely thrilled to get rid of however many cases you have. You box them up, and you're sending however many bankers boxes to the county that's assigned the mass litigation case. Here I am in Ohio County. Here comes all these bankers boxes. Come on in. I don't have the space for this. What am I supposed to do with all of these? All of these cases are numbered from other counties across the state. Am I supposed to take them in, put them into my system? I can't use your case number because it would conflict with mine. Do I have to assign all new case numbers? There's no filing fees because the originating county gets the filing fees. So when we started this, those were all questions that had to be answered. What do you do? Now, we've got a couple hundred boxes, bankers boxes, sitting right there in my office. I don't have any more space than you do. What am I supposed to do with a couple hundred boxes, bankers boxes, of cases from all across the state of West Virginia, and how do I keep track of all that? So before you send anything to another county, the thought would be, think about that receiving clerk. What if it was you? How would you want those files to look? What would you want to know when you send them on? Wouldn't it be nice to have a docket sheet in the front of each file so that way we knew exactly what was in each case? Wouldn't it be nice to have them in chronological order? Wouldn't it be nice to have a listing of every case you sent in chronological order by case number and style? Because that's not how I get them. But wouldn't it be nice? So think about that before you pack up boxes and send to another county. They're going to get 100, 50, 200 boxes in their office. First, I don't have the space for it. Second, I'm counting on you. I didn't ask for this. I'm counting on you as clerks to help us, each other out. I'm sure Kathy and Paul will say the same things. If you get boxes in, of just boxes and boxes of files, and there's no assistance, no case numbers, no docket sheets, nothing, how do you account for those cases? And what happens when it goes into settlement and the judge might want to see one of your, well, give me that Mingo County case with this plaintiff. Seriously, okay. So hopefully these boxes are labeled well enough that I can go down into a file room or the attic or the basement or down the hall or in an off-site location where my boxes are and find one case sitting there. So when I open that lid, I certainly hope it lists all the cases in that box. I certainly hope they're in chronological order. I certainly hope before you send it out to me, if there's 50 items on the docket, there's 50 items in the file. That doesn't happen every time. So I think part of what I'm trying to not preach, but state is we as clerks really need to help each other, because the counties that are asked to do pilot programs, I can guarantee you it's not the clerk saying, I'll take that, let me do that. It's the judges that are assigned to the panel, the mass litigation panel. That's how we get the cases. You know? We're the ones that have to clerk them. That's time consuming. So when you think about sending stuff, packing it up and sending it to another county, think about me today and saying, what if you got 100 boxes in your office? How would you want them to come to you? So before you send them to me, to Kathy or Paul, please think of that, because that would be so much more helpful to all of us. Because I think we've all gone through the nightmare of here's a box. Papers aren't even attached in the files. They're just thrown there. There's not a docket sheet. I have no idea what's in each of these files. They're not in there chronologically. I have no idea how many years, what the case numbers are, who the plaintiffs are, what's the style of the case. I have no idea. But now I'm responsible for that. So those are just a few things to think about with mass litigation. You guys can breathe a sigh of relief if you don't have it. But think about when you pack them up and send them about the clerks that do have them. Because it should make a lot of difference in how we get them. Should. So I can tell you right now, when we started tobacco mass litigation back in 2000, it was prior to e-filing. I have your files from across the whole state. File cabinets, 4 high, all these drawers, the extra deep ones. I have about a half a dozen of those that have nothing but tobacco cases in them for me. Now, we started this without e-filing. So to start this in 2000, I probably have 100 boxes of paper, easily, still sitting in my office. Court hearing after hearing, discovery, all types of things. Probably about 100 boxes just for this one case. Plus my file cabinets full with your cases. So that's how we have to deal with them individually, and then all the paperwork that comes in for filing on this. And when you're dealing with 50 attorneys at least, every time you have a hearing, they'll have the whole gallery is full of attorneys. It's nothing but attorneys everywhere. So when you have to deal with all of them, as well as your normal day-to-day stuff, it can get quite overwhelming. So that's one mass litigation case. You know, so a couple years goes by, now we get the e-filing for mass litigation. Hallelujah. Because now everything's done online, over the web. We started it with LexisNexis. So now it gets filed through LexisNexis, motions, answers, discovery, and the attorneys have to do that. So I have a clerk queue every morning. We have to look it up and determine, is this acceptable? Do I accept it as clerk? Do I reject it? What do we need to do here? So every morning, one of my staff has to sit down and review all the paperwork. I'm leaning, I'm sorry. So that's what we do.
I guess I could just tell everybody Matt's password out loud. He wouldn't mind.
So they sit down and review all the filings from the day before and determine if they're accepted or rejected. And that. Now the attorneys on the other side that's filing all this stuff, since this is through LexisNexis, everything they file, they have to pay a fee to file it. That's going to be different with our e-filing. But what happens when they pay to file it and you reject it? Think of those phone calls you get. And they're not happy because we've rejected a filing. And all they see is, I have to pay to file that again? Well, you made this mistake, this mistake, this mistake. I can't accept that for filing. You know, there's certain guidelines and rules for mass litigation that you have to follow to the T. If you don't do this, you don't do that, you don't do the other, guess what? It does not get accepted for filing. So now, are the plaintiffs getting charged double for some of the paperwork because the attorneys are not putting it in correctly? You know, somebody has to pay those costs. So that's huge. And now you've got 50 attorneys involved with this case. Does that mean 50 attorneys is going to be calling your office asking questions? Was this filed? What about this? What about that? There's more attorneys to deal with, more paralegals to deal with, different things like that to increase the information flow going out of our offices. You don't even think about that. So my judges at least assigned a liaison counsel for each party. So when there's questions, the attorneys on the plaintiff side should call the plaintiff liaison. Attorneys on defense side should call the defense liaison to ask their questions to their own people. And that, so you get then, supposedly, would be nice, only 2 people calling you. So this was all new to them. They've really adjusted. Kathy just had her 6-year anniversary of e-filing. I come on not long after that, and then Paul after that. So we've been doing this for 6 years now with e-filing on mass litigation. Huge, huge difference. See these numbers back here? This is just some of the numbers of filings. Look at these descriptions over here. Rejected. Look at those numbers. This is rejected. So they had to file them again, which means we've had to look at them twice. Documents served. Look at those numbers. Pages served. They divided out and tried to keep track of approximate pages per document filed. And how much space savings does this give us? If you figure about 2,000 pages per box in a banker's box, that's over 1,000 boxes of paperwork we don't have in the last 6 years, just for mass litigation cases. What are we supposed to do with 1,000 boxes? So this, I think, Kathy will agree and Paul will agree, has saved us tons of time, of space, of telephone calls. Those numbers are staggering numbers if you actually look down the side and see what everything is. Only on mass litigation cases. Now, they keep adding mass litigation cases and expanding them. They're adding more judges. You have judges retired. Judge Rectus, who started my tobacco case in 2000, he's a senior status judge now. Guess what? He's keeping the tobacco, thank God. Could you see somebody coming in 14 years later, another judge, trying to get up to speed? And what about those first 5 years of boxes that they'd have to review if they really wanted to look at them? What did I do with those? Right, where are they? What space didn't I have that I shoved them into? Now this isn't your normal everyday stuff. You're still working every day and doing your jobs with every other piece of paper that walks in the door. This is in addition to. So you look at those numbers, the only way we can do this right now is through e-filing. There is no other way possible. With those numbers and the number of mass litigation cases we currently have, that we could do everything manually anymore. So it makes a huge, huge difference. So when your judge volunteers to be a judge on a panel, don't just think, oh, that's such an honor for him or her. You best be thinking, oh my goodness, I'm going to be getting a ton of boxes. What am I going to do? Now, this is this stage of it with filings. Anybody to the part yet where you're thinking, oh, they're having jury trials? Anybody there yet? I'm the only clerk in the state of West Virginia that first tobacco trial, it went third day of questioning, the attorney asked a question of something that was barred from being involved in the case. That was after we brought in 2,000 jurors from Ohio County to be selected to seat that panel. 3 days, and the attorney asked a question he shouldn't have. 3 days. So those 2,000 jurors, bye-bye. Mistrial. Okay. Let's put it this way, the second trial, he didn't come back. So, now, you've already used 2,000 of your jurors from York County. You've already had a mistrial. You can't use those jurors again. You can't do it. And now, there's been so much publicity and press on this. Try to see the panel. Try. So, Judge Recht and I sit down and he says, we're going to need a lot more jurors. Whole time I'm thinking, no shit. But you can't say that. So, you say, yes. Yes, we are, Your Honor. You know, where am I supposed to get them from? Because I don't have what you need at this point. You know, So what do you want me to do? He said, there's something new in the code that you can pull jurors from contiguous counties. So I started thinking, okay, touching counties. Here's Ohio County. I have the state of Ohio, the state of Pennsylvania. I'm down 2 already. Up here I have Brooke County. Down here I have Marshall County. So I only have 2 contiguous counties. And both of those counties at that time were doing everything manually. How am I going to get jurors from them? Well, Brenda, I need you to take care of that for me. I want 8,000 jurors pulled. 8,000 jurors pulled, Judge. Okay. How am I dividing this up? Now, when you get your juror questionnaires back, how many is good jurors? Like 1 in 4, 1 in 5? Maybe. How am I going to get 2,000 jurors for him? That means if you figure 1 in 4, I have to pull 8,000 jurors to seat this jury panel because that attorney asked the wrong question. But it's my duty to get a jury there. Okay. You know, Judge, this has never been done before of pulling jurors from contiguous counties. How am I supposed to do this? Are there instructions anywhere? No. Okay. I'll figure it out. So I go downstairs, call the clerks in Brooke, Marshall counties, say, I need 2,000 jurors from you. If you pull 2,000, Marshall County, Brooke County pulls 2,000, I'll pull 4,000 from Ohio County. Okay. They don't know how to do 2,000 jurors. They weren't on a system that they could just go in and say, give me 2,000 jurors from the master poll. They didn't do it that way. So, now, to summon these jurors in, so that was the first stumbling block, besides getting my head wrapped around it without swearing to the judge. That was my next stumbling block, was how am I going to do this, that we have 2,000 good, qualified jurors to send a 30-page questionnaire to, just to even see if they're qualified to come in and serve on jury duty. How much do they know? Have their family members been, sick from tobacco industry? Has a relative died from lung cancer? What about COPD? I probably know more information about tobacco than anyone ever needs to know in their lifetime. So, we pull the jury. Now, I'm an Ohio County clerk. I can't summon Brooke County jurors, can I? What about Marshall County? I can't summon those. I'm not their clerks. So, I have to work with the clerks of the other counties. Have them pull somehow and give me 2,000 names and addresses and barcodes. That's where we got in trouble, barcodes. Because guess what? Just like the case numbering of the files you sent me could be duplicates of mine, so I can't put your case numbers on my system. Guess what? Barcodes for jurors, they overlap. Of course they do. Of course they do. They overlap. So I can't put these 2,000 and these 2,000 jurors into my jury pool because their numbers overlap. Okay, let's see. How am I going to deal with this? So now I've got 3 pools of information. How am I going to summon Brooke County's people? Because my name can't be on it, but it has to come back to me. So, I did jury questionnaires in the Circuit Court of Ohio County with my name and address and all my information on it as the clerk, in the Circuit Court of Marshall County, with the Marshall County Circuit Clerk's information on it, and the Circuit Clerk of Brooke County. So I have these 3 questionnaires. I have 3 pool sources of data for jury duty. So now I have to get them all printed. I had them all 3 printed, separated, their questionnaire, their summons. I know, I just went out again. I'm leaving again for time. So I had them all printed with all the clerk's information on it. When they say, do you want the information all put into one pool? It's like, no, please don't do that. Because you have to have them separate because they have to get mailed. So I had to have envelopes printed for mailing for this clerk, and myself. I had questionnaires printed for me and both of these clerks. Had to keep everything separate, put it all in, send our questionnaires out to 8,000 people. In that time frame, the attorneys and the judge came up with a 30-page questionnaire. Guess what they didn't think it would be important to have on the front page of the questionnaire, so when it came back to me to match up their 30-page questionnaire with their regular questionnaire. Their name, it's on page 2. It's on page 2. You know, clerks should have a lot more input into a lot more areas when it affects our offices. They didn't think about that, but I have 8,000 jury questionnaires coming back to me and 8,000 30-page questionnaires coming back to me. First, do you have the staff to deal with all that?
No.
Do you have the space to deal with 8,000 questionnaires? That's one thing. You can slice them out, flatten them out. 8,000 30-page questionnaires, did the names on page 2? So, every one we got, you open it, flatten it out, flip it to page 2, so you can see a name. Everything has to be advertised on everything that comes back in, and then it has to be split into 3 counties, because they have to be separate still. And you have to match up the 30-page questionnaire with the single-page questionnaire before anything can be done. Then, those attorneys want them in advance so they can do pre-strikes. They want the original questionnaire and the 30-page questionnaire. So the Supreme Court allowed me to hire 2 people for this process. 2 people. Okay. 2 more than I had. Right. 2 more than I had. 2 people that's getting paid not out of my budget. And 2 people that will not, under any circumstance, get pulled to go when a judge calls that he forgot he wanted a clerk because he wanted to add on a case over here, or something's going on over here and he decides he wants a clerk for that after all. So I got 2 people here working on this, matching all this stuff up. I'm keeping hours and time for them, for their pay, for the Supreme Court, doing all of this. What happens when those people don't send back their 30-page questionnaire? So we scanned in all the individual questionnaires, and if we had the 30-page, we'd scan in the individual, and the 30-page would shoot with it. So then we had them all together, pinned together, attached together. Then they all had to make sure they were alphabetized. And then all 3 counties got intermixed eventually. So instead of 3 separate areas, we're down to 1 now. It's taking 2 rooms of boxes and tables everywhere. Where would you put that? You have 2 rooms in your office that nothing else can be done there with no interruption, that you don't have to move stuff every night? I know. So now you have space limitations, you're gonna deal with just a jury questionnaires. So, we got them all matched up that we could. Judge needed labels, of course, to reissue those 30-page questionnaires that didn't come back. But, of course, who got to mail them? Yeah. So we took care of that, mailed out those questionnaires again, and matched up what we could when it came back. So now we've got all our jurors there. Now the attorneys are reviewing everything we scanned in and sent to them with all the questionnaires. They don't want this one, they don't want this one, they don't want this one. Well, this, in the long run, guess what? They didn't want Brooke and Marshall counties in Ohio County's data. It's one pool now. It's one pool, everything's together. You want me to separate them? You nuts? You know how long it took me to get them together? So, now we're coming down to jury selection. Judge is good. How many jurors can you do individual voir dire on in a morning? Individual voir dire. Okay, so I'd have a panel of 15 for the morning, panel of 15 for the afternoon. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. Okay, that's how many we're doing. Well, guess what? Day 3, they got done early. And I went 30 in the morning. What? I've already got letters sent out telling them they have to be here. Okay, I'll work on that. So now I have to take the afternoon panel, because that's the random selection of the next group, and bump them up to the morning as well. So that means I have to take the next day 2 panels. He wants 30 the next morning, and bump them up. So now we're making phone calls like crazy to try to get these people situated. It took me 3 days to seek this next panel of Ohio, Brooke, and Marshall County jurors. 3 days. Anybody have any idea how many jurors we went through to get our panel and 2 alternates? Out of 8,000 jurors? 18. 18. 8,000 jurors. Once the attorneys went through, I don't want this one for whatever reason, this and that, and they marked them off. This one has a family member that passed from smoking. This one's mother's on a respirator. This one's cousin died. This one's, so once they did all of that, 18 jurors, because when they got the list of 30, they went through it and started saying, well, we don't really want this one to come in, and we don't want that one to come in. You just told me to summon them all in for this morning or this afternoon. And now you're telling me you don't want them to come in? Well, that's going to take you back down to 5 jurors this afternoon. Oh no, Brenda, I need 15. Okay, Judge, I'll see what I can do on that one. 18 jurors actually appeared to get that jury panel seated with 2 alternates. Lots and lots and lots of work. Brenda, how did you ever recoup expenses, mailings, and all of that for your county and Brooke? Did you ever? Good question. Barb's asking about the expenses for all of the mailing and everything that was done. I hope you took an accounting class, because you had to be responsible as hosting clerk for every penny. Now, the Supreme Court worked with me beautifully. I Once I figured out and weighed the questionnaires going out, this is how much each questionnaire to get sent out would cost. This is the weight, and this is what it's going to cost of the mailing, the postage I have on the return envelope. So I had all of these numbers. Kathy did it too. And we have all of these dollar amounts written out of the expenses for everything. And the Supreme Court directly paid the employees, so I didn't have anything to do with that except keep track of their time. They allowed me to hire 2 people and train them on what needed done. So they just paid for them, which was wonderful. And all the other expenses, if I got it to them in advance, they worked a check in and got cut and sent to me so I could take that to the post office to pay and let them do all of the postage for everything, print it out and give me sheets and sheets and sheets of postage so I could put that onto those envelopes. And I mean, you needed an accounting class to keep track of everything. And you had to think ahead. Well, if he wants this mailing to go out on this day, you know, what all's getting in that envelope? How much is that going to weigh? I mean, you start calculating these things in your head immediately. Okay. So the amount of time that it takes, but I cannot praise the Supreme Court enough for the help they gave me with that. Because without them, my county would have been down so much funding. And you said the mailings for Brooke and Marshall County, guess what? You know who did this, right? We did them. The other counties did not do that. We did them. You knew who they got returned to, right? To me. So the other counties' duties pretty much was to give me 2,000 names. So, wait.
Did you ever get the case tried? Was it over now?
3 months, 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, in a courtroom, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 4, in the courtroom, the judge rec. Now, do you have a clerk you can just let go do something for 3 months? I don't. So guess who clerked it? Me. 20-some thousand exhibits. Think about everything that gets filed during trial. And were those exhibits marked or marked and admitted? Think about that. Are they going to the jury or not? You better be on your A game here, buddy, because you better know that. So, you know, that's the overwhelming amount of work that goes into these mass litigation cases. And it's not which clerk can do it, it's which judge do they want on the panel. So I was told just recently, congratulations to a Marshall County judge because he just got added onto the mass litigation panel. Guess where his trial is going to be held? 3 clerks, the entire state of West Virginia that does this e-filing for mass litigation. 3. Thank Paul Flanagan, thank Kathy Gadsden. Because these were our numbers that you saw up here. But think about that when you're doing your normal, everyday stuff. Think about us when you have to pull a jury panel. And you're done in a couple hours with your panel, and your judge is happy, and your trial's going on, and one of your staff can clerk it because it'll be over by the end of the day. Think about that. Because mass litigation, it seems to be going on and on. And I don't know if we've even thought about the water problem in Charleston yet. You know? And it's not going to be heard in the county in which it happens. So, Paul, I hope if they flip a quarter, your head's buddy. But water doesn't flow upstream, so I guess. So it'll be interesting, but that's mass litigation in a nutshell. Tobacco that started in 2000 is out on a certified question at this point. We completed, it was 3 parts. We completed the part where the plaintiffs were healthy, or so they think, and they wanted free testing by the tobacco companies every year just to show if they got a smoking-related disease. They didn't have to stop smoking, but they wanted free testing paid for by the tobacco companies. Now, the jury said, no, that's not going to happen. So now we're into the other part where a lot of the plaintiffs are deceased and replaced with family members to represent them in different things. Do they have a deposition done before they passed? If not, are they still in the case? Are they out of the case because they can't be questioned? I mean, so, and I believe now it is on a question in Supreme Court. And then that, we haven't even started the third part yet. That's tobacco asbestos. It's actually 1 file box so far that I have. So think about that. There's a lot of mass litigation. It's growing daily. And we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 mass litigations right now. 3 clerks doing them all with that amount of paperwork, time and energy, staffing, costs, jurors, and it's only going to get bigger. So without that e-filing, the 3 of us would be in deep trouble because I know I don't have the space. Kathy, you have the space to put thousands of boxes?
No.
You want to add some?
We filed probably over $500,000 documents electronically last year in the 4 mass litigation cases that are currently pending on that circuit. The biggest one, of course, would be first and this is a follow-up to Brenda's story about the tobacco trial. That case eventually came to trial study last April 15th. Last year, we also summoned 8,000 jurors, and I think they went through about 150 before they got the count.
But those were all jurors from Kanawha County, right?
Yeah, they were all. But, yeah, the savings and paper storage is real, tremendously easy for work and paper storage. What Brenda said about the boxes is probably equivalent of what we've experienced in Kanawha County, about 200 or 300 boxes a year. And it's the convenience to the lawyers and judges and to our offices is great. It's work, it's a more careful kind of work, but still have to review the documents. We're still checking to see for accuracy, completeness is much good. We're doing it online now. But we are proponents of electronic filing and so the mass litigation cases, yeah. It's been tremendous savings to us.
Thank you, Kathy. Paul, you want to say anything on yours?
I would just echo what the 2 of you said. I don't have done those around like Island. Takes a little while to get through the process. Really wonderful. I love being able to
Thank you both. Thank you for what you do with the mass litigation stuff too in your counties. So we appreciate that. So thank you, everyone. When you go to send us files in the future, please think about today and try to help us be organized, please, because that's if you help us be organized with what you said, we can be so much more efficient with when it gets to us to know what we have to do. And without e-filing, guess what? We'd be in a lot of trouble. And I'm probably one of the most excited clerks to get e-filing on everything. Because if it has done this for us with mass litigation, think about what it's going to do every day with everything else you have in your offices. So I think it's a way to move it on into the future. Space savings, time savings, and time savings equals staff savings. You know, if you could do the same thing in your office with a couple less people, not saying to get rid of anyone, but guess what? We're probably one of the only offices in the courthouse, I know we are, that very rarely you can raise your head and catch a breath. You think about it. You walk past the sheriff's office, they're sitting there twiddling their thumbs at their counter waiting for people to come to them. You go over to the magistrate's office, they're sitting there painting their fingernails. Do you ever see your staff do that? No. I said the only time we get any time saving is usually between Thanksgiving and Christmas because the judges don't want to send people away to prison right before Christmas. So this will make a huge difference to us. Shortage of space, time savings. Maybe we can retain our employees a little longer and have less turnover if they actually get to raise their head up and say hi to their co-workers and have a break every now and then. So, e-filing's coming. Let's all get behind it. And this is a proven fact right here with mass litigation on it. So, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Okay, so now while we're waiting for the lunch to come, Teresa and I will be passing out the conference flash drives. This has everything on it. I'm going to plug this one in and show you what's on it while she's handing these out. We have enough, I believe, for 2 for every county.
So.
Okay, she'll give them to the clerks. I guess go table by table. Somebody's excited. And if for some reason, I mean, these are little technology pieces, sometimes they're corrupted, they don't work. So if you get home and it doesn't work, just let us know, we'll send you another one. So we have a few things here, the agenda. I did include the 2 books that we handed out. We will get more printed. Here's an electronic version if you need it. The lovely Circuit Clerk Directory and Virginia's book. We've got electronic versions of those. A lot of the stuff that's in your folder, we've got the resource list, the scavenger hunt, email account request form if you need that. There's a folder here with all of the presentations. Mark Atkins wanted to let you know that the flyer that he had, here it is. It is on there, so you can print it out, make as many copies, hand those out if you want. There's a folder with some manuals. Here's the current Circuit Clerk's manual. I think it's the same one you got in August. The other day they said that they were coming out with a new one in the next few months, so we'll send that out when we get it. DB bench book, based upon the questions that we got questions about guardian and conservatory stuff, so there's a little manual there for that. Trial court rule time standards, there were some questions about that, so we just included that on the flash drive. Of course, when I first got my first flash drive, I think it was 256 megabytes, which now we laugh at, right? And it was $50, I think. These ones, the smallest they make now is 8 gigs. So those flash drives that you're getting are 8 gigs. They were much cheaper than $50. So there's tons of room left, even with all of this stuff. There's a video on here and everything, and there's tons of room left on those flash drives. So if you want to use those, you can add a lot.
$50 like each?
Yes. Yeah. I was like a poor college student too, so my friend and I, we bought one together so we could split and then have to like share custody of a flash drive. And it didn't even work that well either. Yeah, and that was early 2000s, so.
What do these cost you just hand?
I think they were like $5. Yeah, they are so much cheaper now. Yeah. So, yeah, if there's anything else that you want that I forgot to put on the flash drive, just let us know and we'll email it to you as an attachment. Okay. I'll help Teresa hands out. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I meant to do that. I know you did.
It's like Charlotte is way clear. I had to make her run all the way back to I like these. I like these.
Watch both of these come up. We go back to the office. I know you did that.
Everything you say.
What we're gonna do for you guys for lunch is serve today, we have a turkey wrap and soup. We have salami already set up on tables. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put extra silverware over here for you guys. We'll be serving you. So if you guys want to get your beverages, it will take about just 3 or 4 minutes and we'll have this all ready for you to go.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Matt.
do is everybody's gonna come over here and we're gonna serve you. After everybody's served.
I don't know.
Is it all?
I probably should have said painting nails over
We're just gonna miss anybody.
Did it make you feel?
I changed some things on my thing. You don't just plug this into the laptop when I do it, or do you make it put it on there?
With what?
I know.
Yeah, we would.
We're all set.
I'm surprised you didn't drink more water.
I can live as being Charleston.
Hey Teresa, have you seen Carol Jones?
She paid me in there, is there any that next group now?
Lunch goes to 11 to noon. Noon, 1:15, lunch for lunch. 1:15, 1:20 draw. 1:20, 1:45, movies and publication. Just about there. Attorney's fees, I'm not even statistics up here. They're really not good. This box is- Oh, yeah. Come in here, baby, so. Matter of fact, they made us some. Oh, it was good.
Yeah, let me just take a look at it.
Okay.
Oh, it's over here.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Can I tell that too?
I don't know, yesterday there was a guy, I had to be like, I was there for vegetarian mission. Okay, so maybe one of the servers, yeah, okay, thanks. Oh, I wish I were asleep. Yeah, this is the Alabama judge that was thinking of it.
I know you're probably the IT guy or the technology guy.
I'm not. I'm actually a front desk manager, but I can help you out. Okay. All right. As soon as I get this squared away, we'll get some glasses.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they came to me and they said, we cannot handle the paper aspect of this case.
That's correct. Yes, if they did it, so. And it's only years this year, so they can.
Yes, thank you so much. Which one?
Guess we're having a 4:30 today.
Okay, so
Right back here.
Because that was my big one, and it's second. We'll go from the thing you did. Okay, I'm gonna go, we'll take this back, I'll get the cupcakes, and then I'm gonna go eat food. Darn. And I hope no one on the live feed tells them where things are hidden. Robin just watched where everything was.
I know. I'll be waiting on this lunch.
Hello, Miss Karen. We're glad to do our stuff.
I think they made this room a lot smaller again.
Yes, sir. Yep.
I'm finished. I'm sorry, so you get me, that's great. Yes, you too. I'll see.
I would imagine they will, unless they're gonna put us in separate things. Get a email. Yeah.
You give us a name? All right. If not, we'll give us one right here. Okay. All right, just so I know. Oh, absolutely.
But it's not, I mean, they get the sheriff.
Yeah, you want to save seats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the.
No, no, you should.
Probably not even one.
We do get that now here.
Judge Max said. This is making hearings. He said, I sure would have liked to come in with my pillow first morning. That was so funny. I never asked about this. Tell you what I really like. We started out like. Well, they're gonna have to do Little did we know, a few years later, but they're probably gonna have to this roll. Plus the other one. Here's how we have this that. Like the jury all changed the man. So anyway. Yeah, that's That's been on so finally, that's what it is. And he thought he had enough. And he was not biased. I mean, it was, you know, so you didn't hear about it. So anyway, it's just saying. Saying. I would do. Yeah. But here's what he should have. But if he thought he never had it, video play and happy with us. Have you seen this? There's something there. I can't sit down. He acts like he's Judge Thomas, here's an issue I called you about. See, eventually you might
Yeah, actually, the pharmacy is right in front, so I think that's all the roads she has to get. I don't know. There's a little guy here on top of the other hand. Every time I get a beer, and then they'll send it to us. They'll send us through. They'll fax us a copy, so that if we have a question, she will fax us. Yeah. It is. Yes.
And I kind of fit in with the group. Got me. I'll just swear at me. I know. Yeah. And it's true. Occasionally with pay raises. When the pay raises. Yeah, it was. That's what I did. Yeah. You know what the sound is?
If he doesn't like it, I feel like every picture.
Sound right.
Yeah. I was driving.
You know, I love you, They're intermittent, energy raises. I don't like that for 2 years. Outside of the day, it takes me dedicated they are. Give them something that's behind but I just say I'm grateful. And I'm so and they had new stuff going on there, and I appreciate it. You know, we probably know more about each other. And I really think we should know about each other to share. That's just the way we and I'm trying to get a part-time person to hire somewhere. They or retirement. These things. They don't.
Oh.
I have one, I really that one. All of those things. So yes, and I do. It would be
There's mine.
She gets that bad headache. Absolutely.
I hate when and
Like your face is different and everything. I blocked it. I'm blocking. I see that. I'm gonna aim at your phone and I'll call my phone.
I need to walk with my head to and I had to be class, and people obviously in a camera, just stuck in
Yeah, they're like trying to get it to be like associated with it going. So they keep taking your head for Wednesdays.
I will show you after. Well,
I don't think you should feel Although we had this little girl once, she was like lighter in color, so we just took her. We didn't bring that to outside dog. I would take her. They only come. I probably think they're the whole way to
John, you learned a lot of things.
yeah. Yes, do.
But she's like social. So she's like really shady and
See, you go to every bed, it is, you know,
See, I can't, somebody I said, yeah, and I said, yes. No, it's they allow you to go and click that a lot. See? Yeah. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, there.
By the stairs? Upstairs? Yeah, right there. Okay, we'll do a couple of drawings here. We're getting started. 027. Was that somebody 027? Julie. Oh. Zero 2 9. 029. It's mine? I'll just take one? Yeah? Okay. Virginia says there are 2 boxes of goodie bags left. She does not want to take them back with her, so feel free to take what you want. And there might be socks. I don't have to look like Okay. We've got another Facebook drawing. Teresa will pick a name for me. Braxton County. You want to take a guess at which one it is? Susan. How are the lights dimmed? Does anybody remember? Is it right there? Okay, so what's next? Matt actually stole part of this presentation this morning. I know, seriously. We're going to show you here a video of a judge from Alabama, the judges module that he uses. I was going to show you this and then bring up the judges module that we use, but then Matt did that this morning. So this is a little bit of a longer video. It shows on the screens. So you'll be able to see more clearly what the judges see and how they deal with it. So that's the judges module. He showed you the e-filing. He said tomorrow he'll show you the clerk side. So you'll see, the clerk's module, what you will be dealing with. I think that's awesome. Okay.
What got me involved in it to begin with, if you remember, was we had, being here on the coast, we had the condo cases where we had 5 major condominium complexes. They were all built by the same general contractor, same developer, and they all had lawsuits going. The attorneys were all the same. We had 50 or 60 attorneys involved in it, and they came to me and they said, "We cannot handle the paper aspect of this case. We've got these cases. We've got to be able to cut our cost, because the amended complaint alone in one of them was going to be 10,000 pages of copy to send out to everybody." And so we talked about, can we use email as a way for notification as opposed to paper notification to everybody? From that, I happened to contact AOC and said, what's the possibility of us being able to do some things electronically? And that was when it was funny you should ask, and that's when I first found out about how Alicord, what turned out to be Alicord, was in the initial working stages, and so we were lucky enough here to be picked as a pilot county. 2 most important things is the file space, because those 5 condominium complexes alone took up an entire ceiling to floor file cabinet just for those cases, because of everything that's been filed. 50 attorneys, 40-something parties. Now, not a one of those is in there in the clerk's office. They're all sitting on the computer. And I can pull every single thing up that was in that case. And that was from 6-7 years ago. This table over here was completely covered with files. We use blue color files for civil and red for criminal. And I would have stacks of blue and red files sitting there for me to work on. Now you can see I've got one, which is an old case that's come back on a post-judgment red file, so it's one old case that I have had to look up something in it, but I don't have any files now, and I don't have to take boxes of files home with me to work on. The second aspect is the speed that it's given the clerks. With the cutbacks we've had in the last few years, right before we went to Alicourt, we were probably looking at 4 weeks, 5 weeks from the time a motion was filed with the clerk's office until it hit my desk. And then I would look at it, it'd get back to the clerk's office, it could be another couple of weeks before they could process it because of the volume that they had. Now, the joke right after we got going with this was I had a couple of attorneys saying, Judge, could you slow down a little bit because you're ruling on motions before we get a chance to respond to them because they were hitting my desk so quick. I just recently went to 2 monitors, so I'm learning how to work with this. And the benefit of this is when I come in the mornings, first thing I do is I turn on my Alicourt. Of course, it opens up to the desktop, and I'll go directly to my motion queue. And I don't use the active motion screen personally as much, other than I do look down here and I see I've got 3 motions here that or 3 cases that are in red, which indicates to me I need to check and see what's going on because that means they're past due whatever date I gave them for a ruling. Normally what I do is I go into the follow-up screen, which is where my staff sends both the civil and criminal cases over to the follow-up screen for me to look at, because there's a lot of formal matters, simple matters that my staff can handle for me. If it's a motion to continue and they've heard me talk about it and they know that the case is going to be continued, my staff has the authority to enter those kind of motions. Or sometimes they know that there's a particular motion that needs to be set for a hearing, so go ahead and give it a hearing date. So those motions they handle for me. Everything else, they review it to see if it's something that I need to look at, and they move it over to the follow-up motion screen. So this screen is where I do most of my work in my office on a given day. All right, when I open up a motion, one of the things that's really helpful on the right-hand side is the motion opens up, which I can open it in a new tab to see it, so it's a lot easier for me to read. And then once I get a feel of what the motion's about, I can go back to, I guess, the activity part where I can actually rule on it. I can click here, whatever the disposition I want to do. If I decide I want to set it for a hearing date, I set the hearing date right here. Once I set the hearing date, I can reactivate it, which moves it back over to the active motion screen and highlights it in the yellow. One of the things I didn't mention earlier was on the active motion screen, the colors are really beneficial because if it's highlighted in yellow, that tells me that every motion that's filed in this case, for example, this case right here, there's 2 motions right there. There's a motion for summary judgment and a motion to strike. Both of them have hearing dates. And by the case being highlighted in yellow, that tells me there's no need for me to open that case up because I've already set the motions that are pending in that case. They're already set for hearing, so unless I need to go in and actually read that and be acquainted or reacquainted with it before it comes up for the actual hearing date. But if I go to my follow-up screen, up here, by being able to click on the case number, it opens up the entire case for me. I've got the general case information of who the parties are, the case number, it tells me what type of case. This is a medical malpractice case. This helps me a lot with parties. I can instantly go to parties and I can find out who are the attorneys that are involved in this case. Because all I have to do is click on the party and it tells me right over here who the attorney is. Another important aspect is the consolidated case action summaries. If there's something in particular I need to go back and look up in the case and it's chronological, so the most recent information is at the bottom of the screen. I don't go to case action summary quite as much as I go to case images. I guess they're kind of a little bit of duplication because case images and case action summary have a lot of the same information. But with case images, when I click on show documents only, I can get only the documents that have been filed, and I can search and find a particular order. Here's an order that was filed back in October, the scheduling order. So I can look it up and see exactly what the requirements are and the time dates for the attorneys in this particular case. And it says 10/19/12. If I go over here to the consolidated case action summary, I go to 10/19/2012. There's the same scheduling order right there. It's the exact same order that I just looked at just a minute ago. So I can find it in two different places. And it also shows me right here when the lawyers occasionally, they'll say, well, I didn't get that order. I can go right here and I can say, yeah, there's a copy of the notice that it went to you. And here's a copy of the notice that went to this lawyer. And then I can even find out if we sent a copy to the particular party or whether it just went to the attorney. So the postman forgot to deliver it to me or those things. It's not there because we've got the confirmation that the notice did go out, or the copy of the order did go out to the lawyer or the notice. On the case action summary, one of the things is this is nothing but an electronic list of the same thing that was in paper it's the cover sheet that we used to have in our paper files, where when I got a file brought to me and I opened it up, there was a case action summary right there, and I could read down and try to find where a motion was filed or where an order was filed, and then I flipped through the file to try to find it. Well, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just doing it with a click of a button instead of having to flip through pages by going to the case action summary. But there's a lot of information right there, and sometimes that's information I don't really need. What I may need to do is just try to find a motion. And so with these buttons up here, I can go to whatever particular area I want to work on, such as I can go to the motion button. Now, this shows me that with all that was going on in this case right here with consolidated case action summary, or whether I was on case images, there's only been 3 motions filed in this case. And so if I want to get all that other stuff out of the way, I can just go to the motion button, and there are the 3 motions, and I can tell that I denied one, I granted this one, and then this one's still pending. So that tells me I've only got 1 motion pending in this whole medical malpractice case that I've got to worry with. And I can work on it right here if I want to by just opening it up, and there's the motion that's been filed. And that's the same motion that was on the case action summary. It's the same motion that was on the case images button that I clicked on a minute ago, and it's the exact same motion under the motion queue that's sitting right there. They're all the same, so you can work off your motion queue if you feel comfortable doing that, or you can work off of the actual case if you're more comfortable doing that. You can work off a case action summary, you can work off the motion. Here's my civil docket from the other day. I entered an order from here because all you gotta do is just read the buttons and click. You don't have to really know how to type that well. Here's an example of an actual case that I've got pending with a couple of motions. You notice it's in red because the other day the lawyers came in and argued this motion to continue with me. I heard their arguments and I told them I was going to grant it. So I just click on the motion. The right-hand screen opens up. It's their motion to continue the trial date. And I go up here to where it says pending, click on it, click on granted, update and generate order. It's a motion to continue, and I'm going to do create order just so you can see what an order actually looks like. It's an order, a motion to continue, filed, and it tells you who it's filed by, and it's basically by all the defendants, and it's hereby granted. And then I double check my description to make sure that that's matching up right, and then I just click e-file. Order has been generated. It's gone. By the time we stop talking, the lawyers will have gotten that order. It has already hit their page. Now they've got a second motion. Here's a motion for summary judgment. Well, I know that I'm going to set that for a hearing because all my summary judgments are set for a hearing. That's under our rules. So there's no need for me to try to rule on this. So I go up here to setting date, And my next motion docket date is on the 19th of November. So I give it a court date, the courtroom. So I put in courtroom 5 and update without order. Motion has been updated. Let's click on the case, and I go to case images, or better yet, let's go to case action summary, which is a summary of what's going on in the case. Right down here, the motion to continue that I ruled on just, what, 2 minutes ago, there's the order right there. One of the ways we use it to prepare for trial is, like on the desktop, I can go in here. My next jury trial, for example, is November 5th, this coming Monday. The docket is set at 9 o'clock. I've got, obviously I'm not going to get to all these cases next week, but I've got all the cases set here so I can see, one, how many I've got, how long it's going to, get an idea of how long it's going to take. But the other benefit to this is, actually 2 weeks ago I called this docket and to find out how many of these cases were ready, how long each one was going to take, and get an idea of how to fit them in my 2-week term coming up. One of the things that when we call, we like to use in our office is the ability to export this to an Excel spreadsheet. I just clicked on the docket for Monday, and you can see on this other screen, I export it to an Excel spreadsheet. Now I can manipulate this as far as moving cases up or down. If they came in and told me that these cases were settled, we're able to come in here to Excel and just delete that case off the line and get a better idea of how many cases we've got. We can add our notes in here of what we're going to, how long that case maybe is going to take. We've got an idea. We can organize it by date so that we maybe try to get to our oldest cases first. We can make a note of which ones are in jail, the defendants are in jail, because we want to give them priority on getting their case heard. And we can, that's been real beneficial to us, is having that Excel spreadsheet ability to work with it, and it allows me to work with my staff with this. We were talking about my docket that I've got, a criminal docket that I've got set for Monday, and one of the things I can do with this program is I open the docket up, and there's the basic information that I've got on every case, which is very consistent with what we had with our old paper docket that we would bring in, a lot of the same information. But then with the plus sign, I can open it up and expand a whole lot more information, where I've got now any outstanding warrants that he may have had. I can go down here with the click of a button, and this one was already open, but right here I can scroll down to see all of the priors that he had. And of course, you notice that this is a different county. That tells me we're right across the bay from Mobile County. So he's been pretty active over in Mobile, even though this particular case is over here. He's also got another neighboring county there. So I can check and see some criminal history on him. I can go up here without having the file. I can just click the paper file, which I don't need. I can click right here and go directly to the case information, which tells me who his defense attorney is, tells me who the particular prosecutor is that's prosecuting the case. I've got his photo up here, so when I click on it, I can make it large enough that I can actually see who it is. This docket, compared to the old docket, gives me a lot more enhancements at my fingertips that I used to have to get someone to go find the paper file for me, bring it to me, and then even then, some of this information, there was never a photo of anybody in a paper file or on our old system, a DOS-based system. There was the priors you couldn't find in the paper file, so you still had to go to the computer to find it under the old system, and you may or may not find it because you noticed on this particular defendant, he's been in multiple counties. So I'd have to do a complete statewide search. We work on a motion docket, whereas as motions are filed, we don't specially set them. We set them on a docket, and the notices go out, and the lawyers come in on that motion day, and then we hear the arguments on the motions and then I rule. In the old days, in the paper world days, what happened was I had a paper docket, and I would try to make my notes as I sat in court. And one of my staff people would be in there with me and try to make notes too. After the motion day, if I granted it, denied it, or if I said I'm going to take it under submission, I would make that note. I would come back to my office. I'd have to sit down at some point in time, depending on whatever was waiting on me when I got back to my office. I'd have to sit down with my staff and say, okay, I granted or denied this one. We need to enter this order. Either I would type it up or my staff would type it up. They'd bring the order to me some days later, and I would sign the order granting, denying, or entering whatever specific order I had to do in the case. Sometimes it might be a week or two before we got everything done. Sometimes it might even be longer than that if it was a more complicated order. Well, today, when we go into court, I take my computer, my staff member takes her computer, and as I have the docket in front of me, and I still print an out-of-court paper docket off just to make some notes. I may hear a motion and I grant it. My staff member hears that. She enters the order right then that this motion, on the motion queue, she enters the order that it's granted. And it's funny that the lawyers sometimes, it pops up on their BlackBerry or on their iPhone as they're walking down the hall that they've already gotten the order. So one of the things that's really helped is I come back now from motion docket, and instead of having 15 or 20 motions or more that I've got to rule on, we came back earlier this week. We had motion docket, and I think I had 3. And the only reason I had 3 were because they were all 3 on motions that I couldn't rule on yet, because I needed to go back and read the briefs, or the lawyers were submitting some additional legal argument to me before I could rule on them. So we're virtually through with our motion docket and have entered all our orders by the time we walk out of court. My particular proposed order radio button is flashing right now, flashing red. That tells me that since the last time I opened that, some proposed orders, either one or more proposed orders have been filed. So the radio buttons help a lot, because that tells me that something recently has occurred in that particular screen, such as if new motions are filed, then my motion queue button will flash the proposed orders. We've got emergency relief button if somebody files a temporary restraining order and they need emergency relief on it, that it'll be logged in that way, and that'll start flashing, and I'll know that there's something that I need to look at immediately. So there are just so many different things that we've just touched the tip of the iceberg with what you can do with out-of-court, depending on how advanced or elementary you may be on a computer. I mean, we've got judges and J's that run the spectrum of, they can almost write the program themselves, to those that really you got to show them how to turn a computer on. And that's okay. That's what's great about it, is you don't have to know how to do certain things in order to be a judge. You need to be a judge, and this system helps you be a judge easier, rather than you having to get to a certain level of expertise in the IT industry or career in order to be able to use it. Because we've got judges that don't touch it, but they just simply give the notes to their staff, and their staff actually physically enters the order. And that's fine too. I mean, that works just as well as someone that sits here all day that is so good on a computer, they don't even need staff people in order to enter their orders.
Okay, so Alabama's system is, of course, a little bit different than ours, so we're not going to have exactly that, but it has a lot of the same basic foundations with the motion queue and the order queue, so you can see how they act upon it, how quick things are. That 2-screen system will probably be popular. They can take it into the courtroom, have their laptop open, sit there and do it there. And like you said, it's easy to learn. If they really, really, really want that piece of paper in their hand, they have somebody in their office that can print it out for them. Any questions about this topic? Do you think your judges would like something like that? Some of them yes, some of them no. Okay. What time is it? When's the next one? 45. Oh, so it'll start immediately now. Okay. Give me a few minutes to get the lights fixed and whatnot.
I'm not clearing that. I did that the last time, and I had that stuff for 7 years. I said, girls, I'm doing this. And y'all seeing these boxes, you make sure if you have to go back on the day, you those bags. And I said, I'm right. And I can walk stuff like yeah, that was a big. I did not want that. How's he gonna do? I can do it in 5 ways. I'll go get him a and I said, and Judy didn't think they're not. No, it's just ages.
If you would like to sign the cards that are up here, this is your last chance. Time is running out. There are 3 cards up here for circuit clerk to sign. Like, I know there's one for Lita who had her baby a couple days ago.
I didn't see it. Twist of my I did sign.
Yeah. Okay, now yes. Oh, no, Of course I do. But no, I'm chief two judges in the Senate. Like, I think jury trial starting or something like that. The judge would go and speak to one of my other judges has enough experience. She would go. The other two would sit her down, please don't answer. She would try and it's fine. It's fine because they're very, they want some of them are such a you just go right to put your mouse where you fill it. There's
Okay. You either got good news or bad news, depending on how you see these things. Robin Tucker is next on the agenda, but Robin can't be here. She needs to be in Marion County holding it all together. So you get to listen to me again. Yay, this is the last time though, so make it through this, and we're good. She did send along her presentation, so I'll walk us through it, trying to remember everything that she wanted me to say. The gist of this is the whole e-filing thing is a huge project, of course. We can't do it all at once, so we're not going to throw it to you all at once. So we've split it up into baby steps. Emailing, you need to be emailing. Scanning, you need to be scanning. Pressing through these things. One of the big things with the e-filing is we want to electronically associate attorneys with their cases, so they can log in and see what they need to see without bugging you guys. So as of right now in your case management systems, you generally just type in a name and it can be typed in any way. I could be Kelly Hall, I could be Kelly J. Hall, I could be Kelly Hall Esquire. So we need to clean that up so everything is uniform. In the e-filing system, all of the attorneys will be associated with their State Bar ID number. So in this step of the process, we have to go through all of your cases and set your attorneys by their State Bar ID number. So we have this whole process set up that Robin has sort of explained here in the PowerPoint presentation. Some of this I've already said, and Matt has already said. The point is we want the attorneys to have access to their cases, but only their cases. It's just stuff they need to see, so you don't have to worry about someone seeing a JA that they don't need to be seeing. Again, before we can get to the e-filing, this is one of the precursors. It's one of the last precursors, though, so once you get through this, you're pretty much ready to go. There are a few screenshots here, what this looks like. You will be given a link. Right now, this is written for everybody on software systems. We have most of the software systems pilot counties working on this right now. So you get a link, we'll put it on your desktop. This is all on the internet, so we don't even really have to install anything on your computers. It's just a link you bring up. And it brings up a list of all of the attorneys pulled from, in this case, the AS400 that's in the offices. It pulls it by the first letter of the name. Right now, the way the names are typed in, there's not a first name box and a second name box. It's just all straight text field. So you can't really pull it by last name. The program doesn't know what the last name is. Okay, so it's alphabetical by the first letter that's typed in. So you'll see a list like this, starting with A's on your screen. Marion County had a pretty good system where they assigned workers a letter. So maybe I would get an A, Teresa would get a B, Brenda would get a C. So you start with that letter and you just start working your way through it. Once you're done with it, get another letter until you're done. Okay. This works best on Firefox. What?
We couldn't use, I think, Internet Explorer.
You can't do a lot with Internet Explorer. Yeah, Firefox is better for most things. Okay, so you've got your list. If you're working on the A's, notice that there's this select button, a blue select button next to everybody's name. And then there's a number, and there's the name. So here we've got A. Andrew McCune. Okay. There's a 1 next to it. So in the system, it was typed exactly that way one time. The next one, A. Michael Perry, it was typed exactly that way one time. Down below where you see Adam S. McPherson, it was typed exactly that way 12 times. So when you open those up, you'll either see 1 case or 12 cases. Whatever that number is beside of it, that's how many will show up on the next screen. Hit select. Okay. So we have this 1 case that was associated with McMunn. It tells you the case number, the year, the case type, the case number, and whether it was defense counsel or plaintiff's counsel, and that's important. It will either be a D or a P. You'll notice there's a little checkbox. That's how you actually include, set it that way. There's a bar ID number, which when you first bring it up, it's blank. That's what gets populated later. The actual name that the state bar has, they have an official way their name is listed. There are some buttons down at the bottom, set attorney. When you're done and you want to set the attorney, you press the set attorney button. You can set pro se, pro hoc vice, or if you accidentally typed in the wrong name, you can clear. Here's the part that nobody wants to hear. You actually have to go and check to see if this is the attorney of record. If your county has always been good about updating the counsel when it changes, if you get a notice of appearance and you go into the system and change it, you should be good. Again, I'd still check, but this is the important part. If you're scanning, life is probably pretty good for you because you can just sit there at the computer, bring up that case in your case management system, look at the document, you've got it scanned in, confirm that, whichever attorney it is, and you're good to go. If you're not scanning, I have bad news for you. You're going to have to walk. All of these you're going to have to pull off the shelf and check each individual case to make sure that's the correct attorney. Okay. So, let's see. That's the next step that Robin has instructed us on. View your case information either on paper or from scanned image. So pretend we just did that and it was the correct attorney. So we do notice that guy. Check his checkbox. We're now going to set him. Click on the select attorney button. The screen's really small. There's the select attorney button there. When you click on that, a new screen will pop up. This is the list of all the attorneys from the state bar. So you can search by their name, do their last name, type it in properly, use capital letters and all that business. You'll find your, what was his name? McMullen. Find him in the list. When you find him in the list, select by his name. You can do pro se, like I said. All of the attorneys will be associated with their bar ID number. We're also going to give numbers to the pro se litigants. Of course, it's not a bar ID number, it's some other number, but everybody will be associated with a number. Has anybody ever heard of pro hoc vice? I hadn't before this. Yeah, so we can even set those. There's a button for that. A few time savers. It's not fun having to check all of these files on the shelves. Some things are easy though. On criminal cases, the prosecuting attorney is the prosecuting attorney. Set it to the current one. You don't need to look that up. You know who that is. So if you've got plaintiff's counsel, the P, set those to the prosecuting attorney and be done with it. You can set a lot of those at once because it's going to be felony after felony after felony after felony. You can set a lot at once. BCSE attorney. Is there a question?
Told me that we could just sell and prosecute attorneys once with BCSE. You then have to go into the maintenance and change it on the actual case.
No, when you get pulled over into the new version of case management, it pulls over, right? Okay. The way they said it, yeah. Adoptions, those are sealed. They are what they are. They probably didn't change counsel, so just set those as whoever is listed. Mental hygienes. Same way, so you can clear out a lot of these without checking. It'll save you a little bit of time. Civils, divorces, though, you're going to have to check those. Eventually, you're going to find attorneys in your list pulled from the AX400 that are not in the state bar list. All kinds of weird stuff happens. Ladies get married, change their name that they use personally, but don't update it with the bar, so you just can't find them. Just keep a list. We'll deal with those in the end. I think Robin, she even has, in Marion County, they use an Excel spreadsheet. Just kept the list, the case number, and the name they couldn't find. When you're done, yeah, pretty much anybody, if you can't find them, it won't set, there's something wrong with the button, it's wonky, just write it down. We'll take care of it later. Okay. That's the end of her slideshow. Okay.
I don't know if you're aware, but we've completed the initial list. We've gone overall, but we can't set any attorney that starts with an MC. All the minutes
Okay.
will not set. I didn't know if anyone had brought that to your attention.
No, we didn't know, but that's something that, you guys seen that, you know? Just give us that list and we can look into it. Okay.
Why aren't we putting the dead attorneys
So,
disbarred attorneys?
because they're still the council of record. So right now, so forget e-filings exists. Right now,
What was her question?
why are we setting deceased attorneys? Because clearly they're not going to look it up later.
And disbarred.
Yeah. So right now, if you walk back into the office and you found out that an attorney died, would you delete him from your case management system? No. So that's why we set them, because they were the attorney of record then, they're the attorney of record, so we're still keeping this
What
record.
about the judges now that are, the attorneys that are judges?
Set their cases, yeah. 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 Yeah.
Another question we ran into, we have some defendants have 4 attorneys, and one set 1 attorney, but that leaves the other 3 out. You.
Yes. So right now we just need one set because we need to get rolling. And Matt has mentioned, we're not sure of the exact procedure, if we're gonna, depending on the type of case, if it's a criminal case, public stuff, we're like, sure. If the responsibility is on the attorneys, so if they attach themselves to something they're not supposed to, they'll get in trouble. But yeah, those other 3 attorneys later, they can request access or set themselves. So, those other groups, they can do that later.
Will we have the option for each defendant to get a just have that option? This case, she's her party for juvenile.
Okay, I was like, what kind of case is it? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. In any of these situations, if there's more than one attorney, the other attorneys can attach themselves later.
Because we'll have like a third defendant has a totally different attorney, 7 defendants.
Mhm. Yeah, they can, request access and attach themselves later. Depends on your county, because I think in Marion County, you don't have one? Okay. I thought in some counties there was like an official representative of the public defender's office, and that person was being attached to all of them, just to get somebody attached so it could roll ahead, and then later, if another attorney wants to attach, they can attach themselves. Okay. Yeah, it's been noted that most of the deceased attorneys are not on the state bar list. So just write them down in your Excel spreadsheet and pass that along, and we'll deal with that later. Yeah, just don't send them. Yeah, leave them the way they are. Yeah. If attorneys are incarcerated, if they're,
Well, sorry, I didn't know that.
I know, yeah, Barb, duh. Yeah, I mean, if they haven't been disbarred, if they've lost their bar license, they shouldn't be attached. Right. So, yeah. Most of the pilot counties are working on this. Everyone will eventually do this. Everybody has to do this. Not today. I mean, I'll leave you tomorrow morning. I'm gonna start on this. It's gonna be a while. No, I'm joking. No. This is a schedule question. It seems like I can't give you an exact schedule. Matt would kill me. Yeah. I don't know exactly. If you want to know, because I know it's a thing, like how do we sort of get started? I would say starting tomorrow, start typing in everybody's name the same way. Like if I started filing cases in your court, don't type me in 8 different ways. Pick a way and say, we're typing her name in as Kelly J. Hall until the end. So that will help you. Because right now, I mean, a lot of times when you pull up this list, you'll see one case, because you typed in my name like 8 different ways. It's much easier if you see my name with 125 next to it instead of, 125 individual things. So pick one way to type in the names from here on out, and that will help. Oh, and also include all attorneys. So some counties didn't always include defense counsel. Make sure you have counsel in for both plaintiff and defendant. That'll help too. You can't put in counsel for defense? I don't even know who I'm looking at. Who asked? Okay. What was your question again, Terry? Okay, so you do have numbers associated? That makes it even easier. If you're using numbers, because what we can do, we can give you a list of the attorneys from the state bar, and you write down the numbers that you're using and matching up with each one, and software system, they can make that. That'll be very easy to associate. That's good. Yeah, that works. Any other questions? Yeah. I'm not sure. It was what the state bar gave us, but I'm not sure. Do you know bar count? Okay. Yeah. They did try to clean it up a little bit before they gave it to us, but we know there are some issues. That's why we've got to keep the list, and we'll figure it out later. Yeah. Any other questions? Because I think I'm getting ready to run into the next speaker's time. Okay. Who is up next? Okay, up next we have the lovely Tabitha Rhodes. Oh wait, question? Is it?
Can't hear. Some of our attorneys have become judges. Do you remove them from the list then?
Set them, because they were the attorney of record on that case, so set them as an attorney, yeah. So Tabby is going to fill us in on some stats.
Oh, there it is. What if the judge is not on the list? What if the judge is not on the attorney list?
Yeah, I mean, they had to have been an attorney to, yeah. You have to be in information. But if they're not on the list, there's something weird, keep it in your Excel spreadsheet, and we'll deal with it later. We just want to get as much cleared as we can, and then deal with the irregularities later.
Hello, I'm Tabitha Livingston. I work for, I'm probably meant to see you, not your name. Okay, sorry. I've not worked with the court staff for a few years now. I work with Autumn Johnson, and my main job is with the Child Abuse Neglect Database and the Court Improvement Projects Board is what I typically work on. And he's probably been dealing with Tanya Wiggins the past couple of years with court stats. But unfortunately, she's moved on and she's got her new position, and so you get me today. So I apologize. I may not have the answers to all your questions at the end, but I'm going to try to go through this presentation and answer your questions as best as possible. Like I said, I work with Autumn Johnson. She's our deputy director now. She couldn't be with us this week either because she is at the judicial conference. But I do have in the back of the room, I just wanted to wave her hand, Marissa. She is our new analyst, and you may be hearing from her concerning report stats in the near future. We're trying to, she's our baby analyst, so she's pretty brand new. And we're trying to get her up to date on report stats and what we collect with that. So just to start off, we wanted to just remind you of a couple reports that are kind of new. They've been in the report stats database for a little bit, but we've noticed that we don't have a lot of reporting on it. And those reports on the mass litigation report, the treatment court report, and the disposed by jury report. So I just want to go over what you're reporting in these 3 different reports on the court stats database. Is anyone familiar with the court stats database? You know what I'm talking about when I say that? Yes. Okay, I see some head shaking. Good. These are relatively new reports that we just started collecting. So first, with the mass litigation report, this is a listing of all the cases that are transferred to the mass litigation panel upon receipt of an administrative order directing the transfer. So this is an example of the order you may see that directs you to transfer those cases to the mass litigation panel. Once you are directed to transfer these cases, we've requested that you just simply provide us a list of the cases that were transferred. And you can enter that into the court stats database under the mass litigation report. Just again, counties directed to send their files to this county designated in an administrative order. You submit a mass litigation report. And then also check to make sure that these transferred cases are being statistically closed within your case management system upon transfer. And this is going to be reported under disposed other. And we also wanted just, in case you weren't aware, the counties that receive, and I know we had a long discussion about mass litigation earlier today, these counties that receive those cases would also statistically close that on your caseload report as disposed other, because they're being opened up again as with the mass litigation panel as an open case in there on their list. Does that make sense?
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You're telling me if we do it that way, we have to open cases. If we get 500 cases transferred to us, we have to open 500 cases and report them as transferred in, give them a case number. Is that what you're telling me?
I know, I'm 100% positive on this, and I can get back with you to be clear. I know that they're general civil cases.
I know that.
They're general civil cases, and you would close them out because they're being transferred to the mass litigation panel. So the reason for that is so you're, because the judges who hear those cases have to get credit for the mass litigation. So if those general civils are underneath a judge who's doing that mass litigation case, does that make sense? So it has to be transferred from him or her to the people on the panel.
Now, the people on the panel, let's go there. To transfer that into them, can I just put 500, or do I have to actually give those 500 a case number?
No, that is a software question. I'm not positive, but I can get it.
That's a staff question.
Well, that's on your case management system. And we collect the numbers of what you report to us, but as far as how your system in background works, I'm not 100% positive.
I'm not asking about my system. I'm asking about the numbers and how does the court want us to report them as transferred into the county. I understand if I have some and 5 other counties have some, they're going to close theirs and transfer them to me. My original ones, I'm going to statistically close and say they're going to the mass litigation. So now I have 600 cases from all over the state. How do I report them to you? As a number, I have 600 with one general mass litigation case number. You're not telling me I have to input 600 cases, right?
We mass litigations on our stats database is a listing of cases you transfer. So what you're reporting to us is what you would transfer. We're not asking you to report the 600 that came into your account. That is being, to my understanding, should be collected in that your filing system where you have it, all your mass litigation stuff collected you did the presentation on earlier today. So this is our way to get that information because we haven't had accurate data on it. So you're not responsible for reporting back those 600 that you brought in. Does that make sense?
The counties will report how many they transferred out with case numbers.
Yeah.
And then I would do that myself at my database
And
and say,
5 from your county. And that's all you're reporting on our list.
are the numbers.
Yes. So in the circuit caseload report, what is, those, say it's 5, I don't know how many typically, say it's 5, are being disposed. We're just saying, make sure they're being showed up on that disposed other column in your caseload report. Did I make sense? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not 100% familiar with this, and I'm really nervous again. Okay, I gotta pause. I get nervous.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure you're okay. So we're gonna be back.
Sorry guys, I'm a crier. I cry every time I talk at church. I cry. You're fine. I apologize. I get emotional easy when I get put on the spot. So the next report is the treatment court report. And in this report, we collect. I feel sick. I'm sorry. We collect adult.
We're gonna do this, guys. She cries when
We collect, let me go back. We collect the adult drug court numbers and the re-entry court numbers and the mental health court case numbers in this report. And we just wanted you to know that you report these upon the month that they're referred to treatment court.
So the month that they were referred to treatment court.
Almost never gonna let me do this again. So this is also, just make sure that this is reported in this other category. And they remain statistically closed regardless of the future of the case. Consider a jury trial to have occurred when the jury is struck. You're going to compile a listing of jury trial dispositions when they've reached their statistical close date. And only include jury trials in circuit court. Do not include magistrate jury trials. The number of cases undisposed by jury trial equals the cases reported on disposed jury on your caseload report. Some special circumstances. Bifurcated trials, they're going to be closed at the first sentencing court. Mistrials at final disposition, and cases involving multiple charges are going to be closed at when all the charges are handled. I'm sorry if I won't do this quickly. I can give you a copy of this, so or if you have further questions, you can ask me later.
And also, you guys can ask Autumn some questions too. You can send her emails if you guys have questions that she can't answer for you.
I can answer most of these questions if you ask me, not in front of everyone. So miscellaneous criminal cases is a big topic, and I know you recently got a memo on this. You've received a couple memos, and one this past week. And what we just kind of wanted to go over this again, because I know we've had several questions. The Workload Assessment Committee, which is comprised of 25 of our circuit court judges, they feel very strongly that every judge gets statistical credit for the activity within pre-indictment bound cases. Given the existing case management system that we already have, a new case number is the only way to count such activity. However, we have alternative data collection methods that have been developed and are proposed for the inclusion in the new case management system. This is something that we hope to work on in the future. But until then, this is what was sent out in the memo. Criminal cases, miscellaneous criminal cases, redefined. Criminal cases on appeal from municipal court. These are fugitive from justice cases and petitions ancillary to criminal proceedings bound over from magistrate court. Don't include administrative actions within inactive criminal cases which do not require a hearing, and report these in your circuit, criminal, other case type on your caseload reports. Autumn wanted me to clarify that we are not counting, or we are not asking you to count every bound over case. If the bound over case is inactive, there's nothing occurring within the case, it'll never get a case number. We're not collecting that information. What we are collecting is any activity within the bound over. So if nothing ever occurs in that bound over, it'll never be reported. But if an activity occurs, we want to give it a P or PCR case number. Different counties do it different ways. That's how we said P or PCR. I'm not sure why they do the different ones. I apologize. Okay, yeah, and if you have further questions about that, please go on. She is not more familiar with this. Just to kind of go a little bit more into it, not every activity within a bound over case needs to be reported. These are the activities that need to be reported. If it's a psychiatric evaluation, a bond reduction, petitions for probation or for other alternative sentences, home confinement, extradition, search warrants, applications for outside witnesses, so on and so forth. And here's a listing of what not to count statistically. We don't want to count appointment of counsel, funeral furlough orders, payment vouchers, reassignment of counsel, or dismissal of bound over case. And again, if you have more questions, we will follow up with you. Please feel free to call our office and work with you on getting some of this figured out. I know that there's been a lot of questions with this. And then to close out, just some statistics updates, some things to think about when you're adding your information to the stats database. If you are transferring cases to a newly appointed judge in the database, that outgoing judge's in-pending numbers is going to equal basically what was transferred out and then transferred into the new judge. It's not going to show up in that transfer in and out column. It's going to show up in the in-pending, so it could be negatives. This may happen mid-year, and then the new judge's begin pending would match, and it would all make sense at the end. And again, we can go over that further with whoever does these reports if you have further questions on that. Another thing is be sure to report your disposition types as accurately as possible. Make sure your county gets credit for jury and bench trials. Keep in mind that if you are not proofing your reports that you submit to the court stats database, we don't count them as final yet. We need you to, there's 3 steps. Click the View Search Edit link to go back into the report that you just entered. Review the data for accuracy, and then click Apply Changes. And we've got a lot of calls because you see that yes, that circles out proof by county. That automatically shows up And a lot of counties think, okay, it's approved. But until you click that apply changes, it doesn't actually show us that you've gone and approved it. So just be sure to click that. It's a little step that a few people have forgotten. We have to call and say, hey, please look at your numbers, because that's your way of telling us that your numbers are accurate and fine. Also, mental health. Report as disposed when the court enters an order of commitment to a mental health facility or responsible person. I have notes on this one. All cases heard by a mental hygiene commissioner should be reported on the circuit judge's caseload. This may be either all of the circuit judge's chief judge's caseloads, or it could be reported across all of the judges in the circuit. Report cases on the report of the judge with authority. We've gone to a few counties to kind of to look and see how they're statistically closing some of their cases. And we noticed that with child abuse in cases, they were closing upon granting of an improvement period. And we just wanted to make sure that you all are aware that JA cases are statistically closed when every respondent has been dealt with or disposed of. That doesn't mean the case is closed. The case can remain active on the judge's docket after your staff close date until the child reaches permanency. But statistically, when all the respondents have been dealt with, that's when we staff close them. In specialty courts, such as business court, cases are statistically closed upon receipt of an administrative order directing the transfer of such cases. It's very similar to mass litigation. Cases referred to specialty courts such as juvenile drug court, adult treatment court, reentry court, and adult mental health court are statistically closed upon entry of the order officially referring the case to the treatment court. Report the disposition in the disposed other category on the corresponding monthly case report. These cases are considered closed for statistical purposes and do not reopen statistically if entry into a specialty court is denied or revoked. And then lastly, we wanted to make everyone aware of why do you report this to us and where does it go? What do we use it for? Because I know a lot of times you have to do things in your office and it can be frustrating if you don't know why you're doing it. We take the data that we collect from you all and we report into our administrative office annual report every year. Your numbers are used for that. We also report to the National Center of State Courts for our statewide data to them. And also we have legislative reports that we report out on. And here's an example of where they're posted and what type of reports, and you can go and see those. And I just want to thank you all for your hard work and putting up with me being a crap baby. And if you have any questions, I'm not going to sit here and answer because I'll probably cry. But you can come ask me back there or call my office. Thank you.
I can't talk very well, but we're going to do a couple of drawings. Kelly's getting a few things ready. We did end up finishing a little early with that presentation, so just bear with us. We'll get that taken care of.
Okay, we're working on the red raffle tickets here. 029. Anybody? 029? 016? Yay! Harrison County represented. Zero, two, three. I'm gonna take all of these home with me. I like it. Zero, two, four. Lewis County representing. I'm gonna do all of them that way from now on. Okay, Teresa's gonna do another Facebook drawing. Sue and Singapore. Sioux County. You have to show everybody what you got, okay? Okay? Oh, what are these? They're a little polka dot, little foxy, very little flat. Those are adorable. Okay, we'll take one final break here before Teresa gets started. Her voice is going to completely come back in the next 10 minutes, guarantee it. I hope you know sign language. It's going to be a lot of this. Teresa knows one sign. It's the I love you sign, so that's all you're going to see for like the next 40 minutes. I love you, I love you, I love you.
We did some. We had we did bags and then I was silver bag full of those things around. And I put in the backpack program. And but I said to myself, I don't know what it is, because you have to get out. And then when I said, we've got to do these songs, I am not. So let's make some bags. I had some bags that was like coffee. And then what was left, we just dropped it. We had more
Yeah, we're going to make an announcement.
See what I want?
We don't need this.
Metro pants.
Nikki has that.
I'll make it happen.
That's what they say, that's what I was telling you. Sorry, Christian, you're playing up for 15 minutes. I don't think we do. We call on.
Ooh, that sounds good. She's funny and she's a jokester and she just, down around. She said, so, no, because I can't. She's telling me to go check yourself. Well, you wouldn't think that ours would be. Well, now it's.
I can take a picture.
I came back with Is that where she is? I guess she's still there. Yes. Oh, yeah. Teresa's trying to.
She don't need her to speak. Just last presentation. Statistics. See, this is we talked about it yesterday. There's cookies out there. Everybody went to the gym.
Well, apparently someone texted me and said, what if it, I said, not Logan. Hello? Okay, my bad. Don't see where that's funny. Okay.
Because, I mean, if they know, here's what it does, another thing, such as.
Then you got this one, so our legs are visible. Then we have this one where you can come through with boobs. Is it necessary? I feel very much better now.
Yes.
You don't have to actually. Yeah, I got on there like, here. That's what
I love it. I like
So he does.
I'm not gonna guarantee I don't need it. You want me to have her, you got
Okay, we're passing out the handouts for Teresa's presentation. She'll give her a little presentation. There will be an update from Laura on what the plan is for the racetrack. Then we have a little team puzzle to work on, and then we'll be done. Whoosh.
Well, it's all the yellow cat. Yellow shirts. Have you ever worked this? No, I thought they were going here, but I hate that. Yeah, the yellow parents are in there. Yeah, it was a great.
I didn't know that because I thought it was something else.
percent of us.
Hey guys, if you'll listen for just a second, we're going to have Laura to explain about the track because apparently orders of publication are not a very interesting topic because we've lost a lot of people. So she's going to go ahead and go over that real quick first.
Okay, for the track tonight, we're going to meet down here in the lobby at 5:45. The sheriff of Berkeley County will be here at 6. I would definitely recommend carpooling. Everybody get your car filled up so we don't have 50 cars, maybe 30, 25 would be better. But we're going to follow the sheriff down to the racetrack at the Jefferson County line. From Berkeley County to Jefferson, we're going to meet up with one of my deputies, sheriff's deputies down there, who's going to take us all the way down to the Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races. I get corrected on that all the time. They change that name. When we get down there, we will be parking in the east garage, and that's where the deputy will be taking us to. We've got a lot of construction going on in Charlestown Ransom right now, and I do mean a lot. Because now in front of one of the entrances at the casino is a sinkhole now, about the size of a table, which is right next to where a new road was supposed to go in to take you in so much faster, so we have more detours than we have roads right now. So the deputy will get us in there, but it will be the east garage, and when we get there, hopefully we'll all be arriving together, parking on the same level. Every door has a security officer there. If anybody gets separated, just tell them you're looking for the Skyline Terrace. That's what we will be having dinner at 6:30. There's a whole wall of glass right in front of the racetrack. We will be seated right at that wall, and it's just us in there, nobody else, and we will be having a buffet. Do you have a question? Am I got any questions?
There's Lauren.
Who? Virginia said there'll be some deputy reserve officers along the road, Follow the blue lights, okay? Follow the blue lights. Yes. I can hear you. They will be racing tonight. The only time they cancel the races is if there's active lightning or snow. And please, I hope we're done with snow. I can't take any more. Millie, did you have a question?
No, I stopped.
All right, follow the blue lights, Skyline Terrace. Be down here at 5:45 so we can get in our cars and be ready for the sheriff.
Is there a race?
Oh, yes, yes. There is a race. I'm not sure if she did the 3rd or the 5th race that will be named for the West Virginia Association of Circuit Clerks. So after the race, hopefully the weather will be decent out. They're going to call us down to the winner's circle. So all clerks get to go down there and get your picture taken with the winning horse. It's kind of fun. Corny, but it's fun. And if you want to gamble, we have tables, we have slot machines, we have it all down there. They've done a lot to it, and it's really big. So, but like I said, if you get lost anywhere within that casino, find somebody that usually have red jackets on in the security, and just come here look at the Skyline. And it's on the 2nd level. Okay?
That's my sign language. Is like, I love you guys. I'm going to do the best I can. My voice is not the best. I did try to tell Kelly to do it for me, but she refused. She said she didn't want it to be the Kelly show, so okay. But orders of publication are it's going to be sweet and to the point. It's orders of publication. So you guys do know that you're working with the newspapers on those. Okay. What I did was just put together a little packet. In that packet, you're going to find the orders of publication that you guys will be using as clerks yourself. And then also there is the W-9 form in there in case the paper could bill the Supreme Court. They want to set up an account to do that. They have to fill that out, which I have the slide on that. I'm probably jumping ahead of myself, but oh well. But those forms that you have in there, I just printed them all for you. I know you guys love paper, and I couldn't let you go through the conference without paper. Now, come on. So those orders, like I said, are on the intranet, and they are fillable forms. So what you can do if you don't have them for yourself, if the judges in family court, because some of them they don't know these forms are there. I don't know how they know it, but they do not. So those forms are on there, so you can actually share those with their office. I actually worked with Logan County, I think, on this, and worked with their family court and provided them with those forms for them to fill out. Some judges are new judges, and some judges are just like you guys. Lack of training, I hate to say that, but you know, if you're not trained to do this, then you don't know. And it's not out of stupidity or you don't want to do your job, it's a lack of training. So kudos to you guys. You know, if you have questions, feel free to call Kelly, Matt, or myself. We all get our emails. We all have, if you've not noticed, smartphones. We all have our nose buried in our phones all the time. We're answering emails or text messages or whatever you guys are doing and calling us about. If we do not know the answer, we will find that answer out for you and get back to you. So if for whatever reason you call and we don't get back to you, it might be because we have forgotten. So don't feel bad about giving us another call or another email or shoot us a text. So if you've noticed Matt, he lives on his phone. So the paper requirement that you need to submit into the Supreme Court for payment of these orders of publication, you need the order of publication, okay? You need your newspaper invoice, your newspaper affidavit of publication, and a copy of the actual publication. The order of payment signed by your judge, okay? That's very important. We have to have that before we can make payment. if you send any of this other paperwork in, it's actually worthless to us because we have to have that order signed by the judge in order to do this, okay? So if you feel like we're harassing you all the time by calling and say, hey, I need this order, blah, 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 we have to have it because we cannot make payment because we ourselves have to answer to the state auditor's office for this. So you guys have to answer to us, we have to answer to someone also. So it's not like we're harassing you or giving you a hard time because we need those orders. And if you don't feel comfortable with talking to your family court judge or your circuit judge, give us a call, we'll do it for you. And it, you know, we'll be nice, polite, kind, and then we'll have Matt to do it. So. But also, you also need the, if the newspaper's got a bill with the Supreme Court, they can set up accounts. And I know that Logan County, and I refer to Logan County because that's the last county I worked with on getting these orders, but the newspaper there in their county would get billed with the Supreme Court. So they have, like, I guess you would say, a running tab that you put the orders of publication, then they bill Supreme Court with an invoice, and then we wait to get all this paperwork from you in order to make that payment. Same goes for the direct payments. If for some reason you have to run an order of publication in an out-of-state newspaper, this happens a lot in Mon County, I know. Some of the newspapers out of county will not, or out of state will not run the publication without payment first. And that's fine, we'll do that with the P card, but you have to also, even though we're making direct payment, we still have to have the order of publication signed by the judge directing payment. Same thing again, we have to answer to the state auditor's office on that, so we have to have our paper trail of what we've done with the money. So just make sure when you're mailing this stuff in that you do also include that order for the P cards. So don't get irate with us if we call and say, hey, we need that order, we need it, or we wouldn't ask for it. And like, there's three different types of three different order for the application forms that you have. Okay, the first one is your application for an EPO. Does anyone know what the EPO is? Exactly, Emergency Protective Order, and the hearing aid. So an emergency order has not been served, so that's what you would use that for. Okay, and then the second one is the publication of a final domestic violence order. Okay, when the respondent does not appear in court, so you would use that form for that. And I've tried to provide those for you in that packet. They are not in this handout that we are, the slides, Kelly was, but it's not included in the slides or on your thumb drive, but that's why I did the handouts, but I'm just stressing to you that they are on the internet and you can get them from there. Also, the third one is your miscellaneous publications. These are sort of contempt, modifications, and other actions in the domestic violence cases. If you have questions and you're unsure what orders to use, feel free to call us. Kelly's always at her desk. I'm always at my desk. You should have our numbers. If not, get with us. We'll give them to you. I mean, I was nice to give my cell phone number out. I mean, I get texts from Wayne County. I get texts from Logan County. I mean, if you send me a text, if you want to call me, whatever you want to do, I will get right back to you. Kelly's the same way. She gives out the cell phone number too, because we travel a lot. And like I said, if we're not there to answer questions, Matt might be able to help you, I don't know. So, and the reasons that we need all this information, and I pretty much went over it already, is to get the payment for the newspapers. And I apologize again for my voice. But if the newspapers will set up the bill with the West Virginia Supreme Court, we do need the W-9 form filled out. And then it would be up to them to get that back to the Supreme Court. And the newspapers, they need to return to the circuit clerk's office the invoice of payment, the affidavit of the publication that was filled out by the newspaper, and a copy of the actual publication. And it needs to be, that's all the paperwork they need to be sent back to you. So if you're not getting that invoice back from the newspapers, you need to call and make sure that you are getting that. And it might be that it had set up for one person within your clerk's office or whoever that's going to take care of those. Each county operates differently, so it's whatever your clerk has you doing. Okay. Okay, once the circuit clerk's office receives the documents as listed in the above statement, then the order of publication should be obtained from the family court judge. We already went over that. But using the most recent court forms, okay? Some of these orders of publication you get in are the ones that they've made themselves or someone in the neighboring county uses. So, like I said, those are on the intranet. I know sometimes you have problems accessing that. So if you have problems, let us know. I'll get those to you. But you need to be using the most current, up-to-date forms that are provided for you. The circuit clerk should send all the documents into the administrative office for payment. And like I said, with both P cards and with the billing, with the invoicing. So, and like it's just basically to ensure that the newspapers get payment, because we had one county which the newspaper would not print their domestic violence orders because they had not received payment. Well, we didn't get payment because we hadn't received our paperwork that we needed to make the payment. This holds up domestic violence cases which do not make the family court judges happy. So if you run into that problem, please call us and let us know. We will work with you on that. I have called many newspapers and made sure that these orders of publications are being published and made sure that payments are being worked out. Paul Flanagan, I think I worked with him quite a bit trying to get his situation worked out. I hope I got it taken care of, but I'm not sure. He's giving me a thumbs up, so that's a good thing. But like I said, if you have any problems at all you have to do is give us a call. And that's all I have. On your orders of publication, there is one order of publication. If you look, it says attention, and it tells you who to send it to. And I'm going to try to read that real quick to you. It's the third one from the back. It says order payment of publication costs domestic violence. You see right up near the bottom of it, right before the judge's signature, it tells you to send it into the attention of the invoice officer, administrative office, and it gives you the address. Please make sure that you're sending it there. That's who gets it. We don't get it. But we're more than happy to send it for you. So if we get your orders of publication, all we do is just make sure they get it. But you know, if you forget the address or what have you, like I said, we will take it to them, but it goes to the invoice officer. And even though you put invoice officer who knows their name, it's okay. They will get it to the department that needs it. Okay? Do you have a question? That's fine. That's fine. Just I mean, we're glad to give paperwork. Do you get what I'm saying? So, you know, if it's a problem, that'll be fun. Any other question?
You do request or prefer that our family court judges use one of these order of payment.
Right. It is on the intranet, and it is actually located in the family court.
Yeah.
Their paperwork that's listed on the internet. This is where I went and got every bit of this.
Mine too have always just used their own. They just
Right.
made up their own.
Well, and it's one of those things, unless they know it's there, they use their own or the neighboring county or whatever, you know, Kelly gave to me yesterday. That's the form I'm going to use today. But these are most updated forms that have been updated. Like I said, they're fillable forms, and all the judge would have to do is go in there and they can put it on their desktop, and they can keep it there, and they can bring that up, go in, type information in, print it out, and they're done.
Right.
And all they have to do is reset the form, and they're ready to go for the next person. So, you know, it's a really handy tool to use, but, you know, a lot of people are shy of using it because they don't know how. I'll be the first one to admit I'm not a computer person, but I love them. I enjoy them, but I'm probably the most silly one trying to teach you how to use a computer. Kelly, however, is very knowledgeable in computers and will help you with anything you need. So if you have questions and they need help, which it's family court, so.
Our family court judges, I know that we have them. They've just been so used to using
Exactly.
their form and their what do you call their girls? Case coordinators.
Right.
Usually, I think do it.
Right. Well, see, that's what Logan County was doing. And like, I'm not putting Logan County up, but like I said, I went in there and helped them. And they were so happy to know that those forms were there and they could actually use them. And they stored them on a folder in their desktop, and they just pop them up, fill them out, and they're done. So, you know, it's right. It's just things there to make their life a little bit easier. And we're a habit of nature. We always do things the way we've always done them. Well, things are changing, so get ready. I did not. I think Lisa Tackett did. So, any other questions? Guys, I just wanted to make a comment. Tabby wanted me to inform you guys that her presentation is on your thumb drives because she feels really bad about what happened earlier. You know, nobody was here to attack her. That's not what the intent was. The questions was asked. She got emotional. She was nervous. That's it. That's all that happened. So nobody's out to be a monster here, okay? Not one person. And I don't want anyone doing any finger pointing or blaming one or the other persons here. Okay, we're a team, and we all are here together as a team. And Tabby, yeah, she's part of the team. She's the stat department. But she just wanted to let you guys know that she was very sorry that she broke down. It is on the presentation. The presentation is on the thumb drive, so you can refer to that. Any comments or concerns you may have, I would suggest that you direct them to Angie Saunders or Autumn Johnson. So, and Tabby, she said she'd be more than welcome to, or happy to help you guys or answer any questions that you may have. I think she's still hanging around here somewhere, so I just wanted to finish up with that little note. Okay, thank you.
You got to eat one heart.
Okay, we have one more thing, and it's really fun, and you get prizes, so don't leave. Please don't leave. She's like, please play with me.
Guys, Kelly said please don't leave. She's getting ready to play a little game. It's really fun. It's team building skills, and you will have a blast with this. There are prizes to be won, but it's like a scavenger hunt. She will explain all that here in a minute.
Okay, so when you guys registered and we gave you your awesome leopard print and flower bags, you got these little tickets that said what team you're in. So right now we need to get in our teams. Probably want to like pick a table. These are the team names that we have. So like pick, you know, this could be the Cardinal team, and then a rhododendron team, take that table. So get arranged, and then we're gonna hand out your playing cards. Yeah, if you don't remember your team, you don't know, just pick one.
Cardinals are right here. Cardinals right here.
I forgot my little name.
You just want to be one. Yeah.
How nice, you got them in there. He's gonna do the writing. Yeah, maybe it's
We are now. I'm not supposed to look at this, so I won't.
It is more good on.
Where's the beach?
Are you ready? Here's the question. That's the question. According to the plan, a circuit clerk, excuse me, we're not supposed to ask? I thought we were supposed to start.
Well, we've already answered.
You mean we're supposed to start?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the instructions are pretty clear here. We've got 20 questions. Each question has a blank left out. So you're going to fill in the blank with the correct answer, and you take the first letter and put it in the box. When you fill in all the boxes, it's going to spell out a clue that leads you to your prize. Okay? Yeah. Okay? Yeah. So the first example, blank is the Director of Circuit Clerk Services. That's Matt Arrowwood. So you take that M and you put it in the box. Okay? Barb Jr. Yeah, you can use your smartphones with the Googles. If you have the Circuit Clerk's Manual, that might be helpful. Teresa and I can help a little bit. Okay. Okay.
Ready to start?
No, it goes straight down the line.
The next one, read it.
Provides a procedure for blank if the defendant's criminal charges have been dismissed or the person has been acquitted.
It's all right.
Ballot fee, blank.
Modification.
I'll ask you if I need any help, okay?
We'll run it back.
For name change petition, petitioner must publish a notice of hearing, last one.
Is there a publication, how you want to write?
Yes.
As a last one, a real-time publication.
And if it's order publication changes.
A blank is a trial held on appeal in which the appeals court multi-trials are never. You see, no prior trial had been held, you know, right? That's the idea. So, you know, it's like reading
There's
from.
another one that's in this. Considering the evidence new,
You guys look at that answer, see if it's right. See, you read the question. Post conviction, blank.
Why read the whole thing? Well, no,
May
we
not.
may have to read. We may take the
After
hours.
the conditions of the property cognizance bond have been satisfied, or so any forfeiture bond has been set aside for any court is required to blank the surety release bond. If they are to,
Discharge.
Release.
Our subject release.
Yeah, the court is required to,
Are they dismissed or are they?
what do we do when we go to the county clerk's office?
We get the justification surety.
We record
And then we do a release. Then it's noted on filing of state.
Our subject we always call it stay, but there has to be, yeah, and a statement.
We'll try that.
I think we will know what it is. Let's go to the next one.
That's not a question mark. In a civil case, a plaintiff may seek and obtain a prejudgment attached to the property if it appears the property may not be available to satisfy a judgment at a later date. A prejudgment attachment subjects the property to a delay, but a prejudgment attachment and alone does not entitle a party to obtain possession of the property.
First tip that I'll give you is that I pretty much copied and pasted every single question from the circuit clerk's manual. So if you get stuck, I have pulled it up here on the computer. Come up and search if you want to.
Rule 41B allows for the dismissal of a,
Like 2 years without activity and then 2 years.
But we make all this variation.
Yeah. No, it's activity.
yeah, my secretary just told me a blank is a writ from a judge summoning a new
Filed or not presented to the grand jury for more than 1 year.
A blank is a writ from the judge summoning a
So it's like we have this.
blank is a writ from the judge. Somebody's got to find that one. Number 11. To present a defense, a criminal defendant may require blank testimony. If the defendant is
Guys, your papers are not all the same, but you do share some questions, so don't feel bad about coming up here and using this manual. Just because you're gonna get the answer, doesn't mean another team's gonna have the same question with the answer.
She's looking. She has a jury. There's a mystery of the judges.
When the Code 1510 allows blanks to enter into jurisdictional agreements to assist each other and to cooperate with each other to investigate criminal allows sheriffs. I think it's sheriff's office.
A blank is a trial held on a piece of blank in which the appeals court trial as
Jury service blank actually includes all efforts during service and post service to provide information to jurors on all aspects of the system. What's the thing you give them like a handout every
No, the instructions, but jury service instructions. Jury service blank, jury service blank.
Yeah.
Jury service blank includes all evidence.
I mean, that's what I.
Service.
Records or items that may be introduced as evidence for a proceeding as established by policies for the circuit authority was responsible
Blank.
or
By guardian.
labeling.
And by guardian.
Every now and then.
Okay, Tim, it says 4 mental hygiene cases, what is it after that?
Yeah, they must.
What were the words? Is it, did you say the application?
Blank.
I heard an 8 over here. I heard an 8. 8 days.
No, don't question. All orders in blank in investigations cases are public records.
There she's looking. Once your husband receives the one, JAA case later, should assign the information on order along with the materials of the case. Yeah, from the case by which the order was being processed. Yeah, I guess
Jury service blank. Jury service.
Yeah.
Okay, if they're, they can't grant a change after 10 years release if they've been convicted of murder or what else? What are the crimes?
Yeah. Six is, yeah. Yes, yeah.
Would not grant a name change, you've been convicted of murder or blank, say, 10 years. For a period of 10 years.
See, we know what we're talking about, but we just can't remember all of them. Yes. You have
Do you think
cigars and
Maybe it is provided order to be certain court since you're investigating nothing within 10 days.
Okay, let's go.
Number 10, oh my gosh. Convicted of first degree murder.
See, now, all right, let's find the legislators will modify the executive direction of one, establishing a work program for qualified candidates
That's our
that would allow
61,
them
2
to
and 1.
avoid filing businesses.
Look there in chapter 16.
To establish a work program to qualify as
No, back down to that. No, wait, not all the way, child support. Yeah, it'd be BCSE.
under West Virginia the filing of guardianship petition and how many days.
That was good. We might need one more.
Just about orientation.
How many to let the judge know? We do the same day.
Is that right?
Yeah, so I said,
Is this supposed to spell something? It does.
Oh, we still don't have that. We don't have this.
A blank is a grid from a judge summary. But the problem with the original jury's verdict will return.
Still not spelling anything.
A blank is a grid from a judge. It would be a
About privacy standards.
yeah.
However, certain concerns and the record may maintain not subject to blank privacy. Is that HIPAA? Is that blank, filing blank of a temporary or final That's the filing will be expedited over to temporary. Expedite.
Okay, I got a question. Number 3, I'm not sure I got it right. The filing fee of a temporary or final child support order is $35. It's only $35.
But it doesn't.
Right? It's expedited, right?
We're solving it already. All right, we're table solving. I'm gonna come by and congratulate you. No, I'm gonna do that.
If it's $35, it has to be. Because 85 would be a regular rate. And look here, we got this at home. It has to be expedited. So it's $35. So we have application, see, that's SPN. Their name change petition. It could be class 1 legal entry. I think it's a class 1 legal entry. I think it's a class 1 legal. Why would it be a class 1 publication? It should be class 1 legal.
There's nothing 8 days to tell us how to there's nothing.
Did you get this one?
Okay, so we can talk. No, it's too
That's a hard one.
I think it's missed.
A mistrial is a writ, the judge, summoning a new jury. I don't know, that's crazy. I've never heard of such a thing.
In the first place, it's a trick question, judge. He does that.
But it's a writ telling us to do it, summoning it. It's a writ from each other.
So it's gonna take you to do something with different. Here's the
Summoning a new jury starts causing problems.
And it's hard.
What about if it's change of venue? I would do that. Yeah.
The way we did the questions, Teresa had cupcakes. So they sold theirs, and they got the cupcakes and the chips.
They look really good. And they came from that bake shop thing too.
Everybody
What do you mean? I don't use the it was the same.
No, is this, let me ask you a question. Is who's from somebody that makes
In the back too. A couple words.
What, all you have to do is figure out what words it means.
We got so many. Well, we got more on the back.
Yeah, probably do. No, just go ahead and say it, Teresa.
Oh,
I have got something to give you.
Betty, I'm good. Betty told me to.
Honestly, I think never had to be a five garnish. I know better.
A directive.
See, Matt's back there. I got a mat too.
I don't think this is Kevin. I mean, think about it, if it works, it makes sense. What do you think it's M-E-E-E.
Yeah, they're not the way in order.
It will spell it.
Could this be an L, like they write M-E-E-L? M-E-E-O. Write it out this way. Okay, why don't you look up name change? Well, on the manual. Is she in the manual too? This is direct quotes from the manual. Yeah, doesn't make sense.
Anything will make sense.
Oh, wow. Isn't that?
Blank is a trial. I'm not sure that's the right letter either. None of this word makes sense. We're not from business, order of publication, legal ad, either one of these doesn't make sense.
Once the person sends to line, Jay and Carol is expedited. Should be assigned at least one equal as long as any work time responsible. It can't be assigned expedition.
Expedited. Think it's an M. M-E-M. M-O, right here. M-O. Maybe it's this. Right on the D.
That's on the back.
What is it? It's a test.
Yeah, but see, this is because it was a DOC. Oh.
That is my favorite.
Oh, okay. Give it to me. Give it back to me. Yeah. Let's check. That's right. This is yeah. Notice. You should get just a quarter and
That was
you know, I'm sure Teresa said this is just.
I think when they did on the original, well, after James, they were in
When a person files a federal bank tax, we temporarily or to enforce a judgment that arose.
This is right, it's no, that's right, this is wrong.
An automatic.
Right job there, Kelly. Yeah, right. You're taking me
It was not the least while, notice it wasn't I'd like to try to trial as a no prior trial. Instead of the evidence and the lower decisions, lower court decisions.
It is, should have had a bigger line there.
Yeah. Has anybody else got something to say?
Black is a writ from a judge summoning a new jury panel because of a problem with the original
Is that it? The chips?
Could it be Mr. A blank is a writ from a judge summoning a new jury. I know they declare a mistrial.
Why do they declare this?
I don't know, since a blank is a writ from a judge summoning a new jury panel because the problem with the Is that true? Is that the right answer? Is that what it is? Did you get all these right a while ago? How We're stuck on the habit of the mandamus. I have always a blank is a writ from a judge summoning a new jury panel. You know this, a blank is a trial held appeal. I thought it was well, you didn't get this one. That's why we can't what's this for name change petition? I'm leaving. Legal ad or order of publication?
Anything else, guys? I got it. Good. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, yeah,
Doesn't matter. None of it adds up. See, if you turn these letters this way, look at these. Well, that part might add up. Okay, where do you go? You better listen to that.
Last year, one of the cases.
L-O-A-S.
So I wanted to
there is.
What you got?
So it might be this part here. It might be this word here.
We looked at it.
Jury service orientation. You looked at it. We thought we got it right. Now, I don't think we got it right.
Well, please tell them what they were looking for. What did it say? Something lost in time? But what's it say at the beginning?
Well, like what the whole thing says.
Well, that whole thing on the front says memo.
No, I know that. That's exactly what it said. And it said memo. So when I.
It would be a symbol.
According to the law, they say, according to the law. According to the law.
This is
Or never, you know what I'm saying?
Can I get a cup?
Well, there's only 4. You want a cup? You go up with your kids. These are dark. I'll just take the glass. Dark. You like dark?
Oh, you need the one. Dark.
I know, but that'll make it good. That's mine.
Right there.
Is
that Is that candy in that bag over there?
I'll take the opposite.
You want a version?
Oh yeah, Nikki, you're on camera. You've been on camera.
Upstairs by the exit door.
Yeah, we can say everybody out there.
Trying to get together. They say it's by the exit door. So I looked under there. He found his stuff. Stay down. I'm here. Well, no, I can't say that. All right. Somebody take one of my bags. Okay. Over here, we'll see what kind of food you're on my
Jack, that's fine. That's always up.
Oh, I left all those in that box.
5:45 down here.
5:45 down. Get ready to head out of here.
And then I'm liable to run into the same situation.
What? Yeah, one of them, yeah, wait for them to tell you. Okay. I know. Well, I'll show you one thing else, the bags.
Oh, that's why they took mine. I'm gonna have Nelly's handmade already. It may not even make it. Well, every day, none of those keep it that way.
Now I got a good education, right? So I drive you crazy.
Well,
I'm assuming since it starts with L, plus, this was according to the law. I thought it was according to the code. It's the, so is it?
How did you get that?
All
Is
right.
that it?
How
did you get that?
I don't have a board deposit in Tarrant County. I have, Department of
Right.
I'm a and the.
Oh my, this might get interesting. Okay. I thought it was a good one. You should tell me. This might be an E.
We did, it was.
Yes.
Trump. Yeah, we did.
But we did the city.
We discovered that we all knew what we were talking about, we just called it different country each. We're trying to talk to have a big time. Carol, what's
Oh, okay, this is
I thought, I kept telling my folks,
yes, and yes, that's exactly.
hey, parent, it's 1 year old. I thought it was.
Okay, so this is that is.
Yeah.
Me
is the big two.
Yeah, I've been around longer than you, that's why I thought it was there.
It used to be. I haven't got used to that either.
This is L, right?
Or, yes.
O. A.
No, the average.
Yeah.
look, this is gonna be K.
Yes.
It's K's in there. Let me think a minute. Yeah.
You know what, that,
Look at, so we got 10 days, that's right. This is UF or your recent?
Yes.
UF sub, right? And that is BCS 8.
It looks like you found it.
Oh, we found it.
Yeah.
Well, why just drive me crazy? No.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't feel the best. I'm criminal.
That was a good experience.
and that was the processing and bonding.
Do you know? But it is not uncommon at all. I have never seen. I've had different people in there.
Well, I do. Yeah.
It's now or never.
Oh, I didn't have it much.
Well,
Like I said,
You would trust me, Andy.
am I passing these out?
You guys pass this out?
Yeah, I'll put it in other bags. But, and I'm not.
are you? You look tired.
One hour, 2 hours, about 20 years. I have to do it all there. So they know the process.
Yes.
But yes.